Right, good evening, colleagues. Welcome to this December meeting of Medway Council's Planning Committee. Can I take the first item, which is apologies for absence? Yes.
Chair, I should mention Robbie Lamass contacted me to say he is delayed travelling back from London.
Okay, thank you.
Whether or not he'll make it, I don't know.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor O'Para.
Just to say, Chair, that I am subbing tonight for Councillor Carr.
For those who were here, can I sign the minutes of the 16th of November? Green. Thank you. Urgent matters. For anybody who has joined us on live stream, the agenda items 14 and 16 are deferred. I'm just tell you what they are. 14 is 254 Maidstone Road, Rainham, and 16 is 16 Burrows Lane, Middlestoke. Those items will not be discussed this evening. Declarations of interest. Councillor Buckwell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, on behalf of all Conservative Party, Conservative Group members collectively declare an interest in relation to item 8. That is because the application, although there is an agent, RSPB, the application is in the name of a colleague party member and indeed the leader of this council. So Conservative members feel it inappropriate that we be involved in the determination of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so welcome to Wendy.
Sorry, Councillor Potter.
Sorry, Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to declare an interest in agenda item 7. So I've campaigned against that development as a ward member, so I'll be asking to address the committee as the ward councillor. And just a point of clarification, there is already a representation from me on a single point on the application. That's been put on in error. Not that the point there is wrong, but I have much more to say, which I will be saying over there. And it seems that that representation has ended up on this documentation tonight because I replied to a resident who had CC'd the planning mailbox. So we just pick that up in future. Thank you.
Thank you. As I was just about to say, welcome. Sorry, Councillor Hubbard, it's difficulty seeing you actually over the top of this thing.
It's in relation to the declaration that Councillor Buck was made on behalf of the collective members of the Conservative Group. Can we have legal advice about the fact that we all know the applicant as well?
Not that well, thankfully.
Well, we all know who he is, and we all know him, and we'll meet with him, chat with him.
Just to confirm, it's in order to declare an interest, you have to be more than just a mere colleague of the applicant. The applicant is the application was done by an agent, so it does take it one step removed. But just a mere membership of the same group is not sufficient, but it depends on your relationship with that individual, whether you consider it a close relationship or not.
Excellent. I'm so glad that we all see him as a friend. Because when Councillor Chitty, oh, I'll say.
Thank you. If I can proceed to the matters in front of us. And as I was about to say for the third time, welcome to Wendy. It's nice to see you, Wendy. And to Duncan, who are both here to help us with these agendas this evening. So the first item is agenda item 5, which is Bardell Wharf, Rochester, and that's going to be Mr. Harris.
Chairman, thank you very much. This will be a joint presentation from myself and Duncan. So I will discuss the main, I'll explain the application talk through the majority of the issues, but when we get to the design aspects, I will pass to Duncan, who not only is our Senior Urban Design Officer, but has been involved in all the negotiations and the discussions on that, both with the applicant as well as with Heritage England as well. So members, some of you will be familiar with the site. As you'll see from the planning history, there's a previous approval on this site. Now, that covered a larger area, but if we just take the area the subject of this application, then the approval that's been granted was for 306 homes, of which 31 were studio units, 83 were one-bedroom units, and 192 were two-bedroom units, and there were 247 parking spaces as part of that proposal, along with around 700 square metres of commercial floor space. Now, members will be, some members who are familiar with the area will know that demolition is currently being undertaken on site at the cost of around about 950k. The application before you tonight is for 374 units. The applicants previously were Quinn. They were about to, once they got the permission, they were about to start development, but their financier pulled out at the start of COVID, and therefore they've sold on the site. They sold on this part first of all to Rochester College, and then the remainder of the site to the current applicants. Current applicants have been working on the scheme, trying to find ways to make it stack up financially and viably, but also, in their view, to come up with a scheme which is better than that which has been approved. And Duncan and I will talk you through how we do indeed consider the scheme to be an improvement on the scheme that has been approved and has been implemented. So that development through the demolition has been implemented. So the current application before you is for 374 units, including 357 cubic metres of commercial. Of that, they have dropped the studios. So we now have 164 one-bedroom, 194 two-bedroom, but they've also introduced 16 three-bedroom units. There will be 249 parking spaces and 376 cycle spaces. So, going through the application, this is the site. So, northern area fronting onto Corporation Street. So you've got the post office building here, and you've got the MHS blocks in there. Note the landscaping that's coming down here. This building here is currently boarded up and has been redeveloped by MHS. And again, as part of that, we're getting this landscape, public footpath enhancements all the way along here. That again goes across the road to the other MHS development. Again, you can see the public space in the front, the walkway, the tree planting, and that goes all the way up to past the development of the old petrol filling station, which is currently being developed again, and we're getting those enhancements to the public footpath there as well. So that's the northern area. Then we have the main central area in here, part of which fronts onto Bardell Terrace, which is the eastern part of that, and then we have the second part of the central area, which fronts onto the High Street and Star Hill. And then we have the southern area here, which fronts onto Furrells Road, and then there's the access under the railway line to Rochester Riverside. So some photos of what the site used to be like. So we've got Corporation Street, MHS development in here, looking down at the site just there. You can see that when Quinn's got their approval, they boarded it off, and then you've got the buildings behind. Members will be aware that this has been a possible redevelopment site for around about 30 years now, and something we've been trying to bring forward for some considerable amount of time. Then within the site, this is Furrells Road, the old hire shop that used to be here. Looking back, and you can see these industrial units in there. As you look back towards the post office building, which is just there. That's that building there. Then as you move back up towards the high street, this is the old courtroom, which is outside of the application site, and the building there, which is in the ownership of the college, and they're doing the refurbishment and redevelopment of that. So now we start to see the site as it exists today, with the hoardings removed and the buildings on it being demolished. As you can see, they're looking across the site. And then from Rochester High Street, the Conservation Area Park, looking across to the application site there. So this is the Star Hill Junction. And again, looking across at the site, just here. So some existing sections down Star Hill. So as you come down Star Hill, you've got the old court buildings here. This is the application site. And then from the railway line, so you've got the MHS buildings in here, and this is the application site just in there and across to here. So the previous application, when it came in, as it was originally submitted, went through design review, which is quite common for sensitive sites and major applications. And they don't come more sensitive than this site, because it is incredibly prominent, right on the edge of Chatham Intra, right on the edge of the conservation area as well. It's an important site. We want to see it redeveloped. We want to see it redeveloped appropriately and of high quality because of its prominence and importance. So it went through design review, and this was a scheme that was presented at that point in time. Following the design review, the scheme was amended. So you can see, forgive me for flicking back, you've got 8 to 9 stories in there, 11 stories in here, 4 stories within this area here, 6 to 15. So that's a 15-story block in there, 5 stories in here. So following design review, it's been changed. It went up by 6 to 6 stories in here. So it went up by one. Went up by 1 story in this area here. But you can see the tower bit here was reduced to 9 stories. And then you've got 6 stories wrapping down to the court building there. The other thing you need to be aware of is that they still had quite a significant block there between so fronting onto the other proposed block here, and then at the back on Forest Wharf, that was a 7 to 9 story unit, and that's just showing the comparison between those two. So in terms of the previous approval, there are a number of things that members need to be aware of there. So this is the building which is betwixt the MHS building and the post office. Would have access off of Bardell Terrace coming in the back, car parking in this area here along with services, and then, as I said, getting that extended footway landscaping in there. There would be some landscaping wrapping around onto the high street, and some commercial units in orange in here. As you go round Bardell Terrace, new access coming through here, car parking under this building, in the middle area here, and under that building there. So in terms of Bardell Walk, or however it's to be known, this area in here, it was essentially closed off at that point there through fencing, gating, railings, and there'll be would be a landscaping area in here. But the remainder of that would be closed off to the public and would be a parking area. And then as we wrap around, there was the ground floor of this building here would be car parking with some servicing in terms of refuse and cycle storage. In terms of the building fronting Corporation Street, so this is parcel 1, this is the northern building next to the MHS. This is what was proposed, so you can see it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stories there. If you take the ground floor as the car parking servicing area. Then as we wrap round going on to Bardell Terrace, this is the elevation that would have fronted onto Bardell Terrace with the access through to that car parking area just there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 stories at that point, going down to 9 stories behind it. And then this is the elevation that is onto that central area. Then in the centre of the site, facing onto that block I've just shown you, You've got that. This was the 15-storey block, which is, as you can see, has been significantly reduced there. But you still have this element carrying on at this height, facing the block I've just shown you. And then you can see how it wraps around into the high street, and then reduces in height as it goes towards the courthouse building. So then this is the building that would have been fronting Furrells Road. So again, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stories in there. Then the buildings which are currently being demolished or have been demolished in site, shown in hashed. And then we get to the proposed scheme. And the things to notice in this plan, one is in terms of this area in here, in terms of that landscaping along that junction with Star Hill, Corporation Street, and the High Street here and High Street there. So that landscaping could be referred to as a landing area, and I'll explain what I mean about that in a minute. Then we have some commercial units in here and in here. The block here similarly would be accessed from Bardell Terrace through the back to that car parking underneath. And as I said, that pavement, parking, public area to the front. Bardell Terrace coming round, access through here, car parking underneath, access through to car parking underneath and below this area in here. But the important difference is this area just in there, which is no longer going to be a parking area. It's a landscaped area which will be available for people to walk through and even get through this area here to Furrells Road, down to the underpasses as well. And it'll be landscaped. And it will also enable a view through the site, which Duncan will talk about a little bit later. And then, as I said, we've got the Furrells Road building with access in there, car parking underneath there. So as we start to look at the elevations, this is the first building that's proposed fronting Corporation Street. And we have an extra story on this one. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stories. So it's an extra story. Similar to the previous one, it's got the uppermost story set back a little bit to reduce the dominance of it on the high street. But again, you can see its relationship to the MHS building just in there. I would imagine that the post office building will come forward at some point in time in the future for development. Well, certainly we would hope so. And that's that rear elevation facing the railway line. And the side elevations there, these windows in here are proposed to be obscure glass because of that relationship with the MHS block. Then some elevations showing some detailing. And again, Duncan will come on to this a little bit more in terms of the importance of that detailing and and how it is enlivening the fenestration, the elevation. And what you should notice is that on the front, we've got these balconies which are set slightly in, and on the rear, there are balconies which project out a bit. So every single property on this development will have a balcony in one form or another. Then in terms of the ground floor, where you've got cycle parking, you've got the refuse, you've got the car parking below, similar to the previous proposal, we've got this landscape in the front and then this detailing, so it is of interest and not just a blank facade. And that's that ground floor layout, car parking in here, and then we have refuse collection, some servicing in there, lifts and cycle parking just in there. Then some typical floor plans as we go up. And this is just comparing it with the previously consented scheme, which I've already shown. So this is the application site, and this is the scheme previously approved, which could be implemented, or has been implemented, I said, and could continue being built. And then again showing the detailing between the two. So then we get to the central area. So if you look at this section here, so this is Bardell Terrace, and this is the elevation facing Bardell Terrace. So that's the vehicular access underneath to the car parking, and then we have these stories going through here, going up to a higher level here, stepping down slightly and slightly back from the from that ridge area there. And then that's the elevation facing onto the central area. Again, please note that similar to the other scheme, we've got these balconies internal in here, and then on the elevation, we've got some external balconies. So every single property has an external balcony. And then those are the side elevations. And then again, some detailing showing the architectural quality that we are seeking to achieve. And there are conditions regarding materials, regarding details, because they're so important in relation to this site. And then the ground floor plan showing the access coming through, that car parking underneath, the refuse collection, and the bin stores in these areas here. And that relationship to the landscaped area through there, and the cycle storage just in here. And then some typical floor plans as we go up. Again, comparing the previous approved scheme with the proposed scheme in here. And I appreciate these are two-dimensional. Hopefully we've got some CGIs and some coloured elevations later, which will clarify a little bit in terms of the difference between the two schemes. And then we're at the other side of that central area, so the red area in here. And this is quite important because you'll see this is the elevation from Corporation Street, so that elevation just there. So we've already seen this building. We've got that landscaped area there, this tower building, and the step down as it starts to wrap around the corner into the high street here. And then that's that elevation facing which will face onto the high street. So as you wrap around the corner onto the high street, again similar to the approved scheme, stepping down to the courthouse building. Now this is a very important elevation that members need to be cognizant of, because what this shows is that's that tower building fronting onto Corporation Street. This is the high street here, and that's the other building in the in that central area. So that's that building just here. It's this one here. Now the reason I say this is so important because in the approved scheme we had a block which came here, and therefore made this a much narrower, more enclosed area, creating some overshadowing. Within this submitted scheme, they've reduced the height of this area here and are providing a rooftop landscaped amenity area for residents there. So not only providing amenity for prospective residents, but also improving the relationship with this block here, providing more light into it, reducing any overlooking potential issues as well. So it's a much better scheme in terms of amenity. And that's that rooftop garden that I was referring to just there, and you'll see more details of that in a minute. And then again, some elevations showing you the likely material palette and the detailing that we're seeking to achieve with this scheme. And then wrapping around the corner, going down towards the courthouse building there. And then showing the ground floor area in here. So you come in there, you can either turn this way into this car parking area, or you can go down to this lower car parking area down here. Or if you go round, you can go up to a car parking area within that first floor area as well. You've also got residential wrapping round Star Hill and into the high street just there. And then as we go up, this is the amenity area that I was referring to there, which will be available for residents of this block, but also the block on the other side of that central area. They'll be allowed to use it as well. And you can see how it relates to this central landscape area. It's got some play facilities in there as well, because we're within this scheme, we've got 2 and 3 bedroom units. So there could be children, and it's important not only for for people to get out and enjoy some natural environment, some green space, but also for children and play as well. And then again, showing some comparisons between the consented scheme and the proposed scheme in here. And then again, in terms of detailing, showing the difference between the two. And then we get to the building fronting onto Furrells Road. So you've got the access into the car parking area at the ground floor, and then this is a proposed building here. This is the site where it's the Rochester Independent College, just in there, and the railway line here. Rear elevation, sorry, that's the elevation fronting onto the railway line, and then the rear elevation there. And again, you'll note the proposal for a play area within the rooftop, just in there. And then that elevation which is facing towards the college building. And some coloured elevations showing the detailing and the materiality that we want to see here to get that interest, that vibrancy. Ground floor plan, access coming in, this car parking area there, refuse, cycle storage in there. And then going up, first floor plan, showing that open space in this area here, which will be available for all the residents in this block. And then showing the difference between the consented scheme and the proposed scheme, just in here. And then just trying to highlight the landscaping that we then therefore see, and the open space and the play areas that we see within the scheme, and then how it brings in this enhanced public realm to the front as well. A little bit more detail on that, but showing the difference between this scheme and that approval, which I mentioned before, and how this is far better, and also enhances this, along with the reduction in height here, enhances some views which Duncan will talk about shortly. Then in terms of some improvements in here, and this is important because what we were trying to secure as part of the previous approval, and we're securing it in this, is a better connection between Chatham Intra here and Rochester High Street. Members will know that at the moment, to get across the road, you have to come across here, and then across here to get into the High Street. And a lot of people don't do that move. They get to the end here and they turn round. And what we want to do is to try and increase the movement across, and that is important to us. It's also important to Heritage England as well, and I'll come on to their comments shortly. So what's proposed is some changing to the junction here, some changing to the signalling, but also moving the crossing to here. So you'll come across in two movements there, and you'll have this improved landing space just there by the commercial units here, cross here, a far more improved crossing. And then this is showing some details in terms of that of other improvements to the junction. And again, that shows that crossing here and onto that landing area. Then the other highway improvements relate to Bardell Terrace, and we're taking the car parking from this side of the road, putting it on this side of the road to enable that manoeuvre around and improve the way that road works, getting some landscaping in there as well. So before I move on further and pass on to Duncan, just want to come on to Heritage or Historic England's comments, because you can see from the report that they're objecting to the application. But I want to clarify what they've said in their objection. So they've said that, nevertheless, as described in our advice of September 2022, we do conclude that there would be harm to heritage, including the Rochester Conservation Area, the Star Hill to Sun Pier Conservation Area, and Rochester Castle and Rochester Cathedral. We continue to believe that this would be a low level of harm. And that's important that it's low level of harm, because if it had been a higher level of harm, we would not be recommending approval to this. They then go on to say that the submitted report suggests that reducing the scale and quantum of development is not possible on viability grounds. We've had that tested and we agree. And indeed, in the previous application, there was no Section 106 other than 10% affordable homes on this, which is what we're seeking to achieve through this scheme here, along with, obviously, we've got to do the bird contribution, 10% affordable homes, which will include a nominations agreement, and then a restriction, an occupation of the central area until the works at that round of the Star Hill are done. They then go on to say, we suggest that your council needs to carefully consider if this is the case, i.e. the viability, and if it is, then you may conclude that the requirements of paragraph 195 of the NPPF are met. Your council will also need to consider whether the low level of harm to designated heritage is capable of being outweighed by the public benefits of this proposal in the manner described in paragraph 202. So that's that weighting, balancing exercise that you do for so many applications. Historic England cannot comment on the public benefit of new housing. You as a committee can. But it may be helpful to know that we, Historic England, consider the scheme could deliver a heritage benefit applicable to the weighing exercise in the form of an improved junction on Star Hill to enhance the permeability between the Rochester City Conservation Area and the Star Hill to Sun Pier Conservation Area. Now, this benefit would need to be secured via the application to apply in the weighing exercise. Well, it is secured through conditions and through the Section 106 on the recommendation. In reaching a decision on this proposal, your council will also need to consider whether the proposed design is capable of meeting the aspirations of paragraph 197, which notes the desirability of new development making a positive contribution to local character and distinctiveness. And Duncan will come on more to that in a minute. In this case, and as discussed, reinforcing local character and distinctiveness through materiality may contribute towards meeting the aspirations of paragraph 197, provided this is closely controlled via condition. Again, there are conditions here which not only seek for them to provide details of the materials, but also details of the detailing, because it's a combination of those two which will make the scheme work or not. They then go on to say, in terms of the recommendation, Historic England recommends that your council carefully considers the justification put forward for the proposed scale and massing of the scheme. If you decide the current proposal is justified on viability grounds, then you may conclude that it's capable of meeting paragraph 195 of the NPPF. You will then need to weigh the low level of harm to designated heritage against the public benefits of the proposal as described in paragraph 202. We recommend you try to secure heritage benefits applicable to the weighing exercise. These could be in the form of enhancements to the Star Hill Junction to improve impermeability between the two conservation areas, as well as the appearance of this prominent junction. I thought it was useful to read out those comments because it clarifies exactly what their objection is saying. So what I'll do now, if it's okay, I'll pass on to Duncan to talk through the designs.
I think it's working. Thank you, Dave. Chairman, members, nice to be here and discuss this scheme with you. It's good that Dave finished on just the comments there from Historic England, because we've had an extremely productive engagement with them throughout this process, and the applicant and design team have been very much engaged with that, which has really made many of the things possible that we see in front of us, I think. When I was thinking about this a little earlier today, I was thinking, how do I explain, in a way, the journey we've been on a bit and what we see in this scheme, beyond all the things Dave has already talked about, all this, in many ways, the larger moves. And I realised that perhaps the way to talk about it is from materials to massing, because this is not a scheme which was about creating a shape and enforcing materials to deliver it. This has been the other way round, and the dialogue here has been very much about developing a language from a palette of materials and components which could scale to deliver distinctiveness in various ways with the relationship with the conservation area. Essentially, the process has been from small scale to large scale, even though there was an application already in place, which is really rather interesting and says something, I think, of the quality of the team that have been working on this. On the right, the image here you can see is the consented scheme, and it was always rather austere from certain viewpoints. We had at the time the conversation with the team that were producing this, that it really isn't. They tended to think of the project as an object, rather than the thinking of the project as a series. There you go. Thanks. so I'll try not to lose my flow. They tend to think of the scheme as an object, and we find that a lot, and it's very difficult, particularly with large projects, because what we need is a crafted piece of work that's going to sit often uniquely into a space and into its surroundings. We, for instance, would say to them, it's not an iPhone, this is a crafted piece of work. And it's surprising often how many teams find that difficult. But essentially what that requires is to break down the massing, particularly of larger schemes, in order that it can fit appropriately in its context. And I want to just explain some of the aspects of this scheme that have made that possible. Now, I think if I turn that, yeah, okay. What you're seeing here is an elevation of that corner that I was showing you just a moment ago. And what's interesting about it is that you can see the way it's drawn. It's essentially thought of as this scheme as a series of transects, what I might call transects. A series of elements that are addressing the surrounding streets. As such, what it means is there's complexity offered at varying scales in this scheme, which is, rather than being seen as a single object, it's seen as a series of elevations, a series of materials, a series of components, a series of ways of addressing the other side of the street. And as such, it sort of expresses it's expressed through a mix and different emphases in the palette. And that's the journey we've been on with this team, which is really about how can this palette develop a language that can address the various facets of its surroundings. And as such, it can offer a greater ability to vary and therefore be distinctive for different facades and different ways it addresses this particular location. A good example of that is here, where at the end of Corporation Street is clearly very different from that corner I was just showing you. Now, the language is the same, in as much as the material is about the emphasis within it and the scale, the way the emphasis is bundled, and therefore scale is offered in a different way. It's interesting that with in discussions with Historic Ingham, I think we both agreed that this was probably the only place you could build a building of this size in this area, between the two conservation areas, at the end of Corporation Street, to really create so terminates the vista on the street. And the point Dave was making about a block that was taken out of the scheme, to the left of in the image, and if we can use this big cursor here, in this space here, we've managed, as a result of this, to maintain a view of Jackson's Fields and the landscape beyond, which we had lost in the approved scheme, which we were very, very pleased with. But let me see if I can, and you can see here, sorry, on the existing scheme here, you can see the effect that particular block was having. So we're very glad that has now been removed. And it's, by contrast, this is the same palette of materials used in a completely different way to address the courthouse. There's still stone, there's still brick, there's still dark elements, there's still the framing of windows. There are varying colourways. There are some inset balconies and some not at different parts of this facade. But what's really interesting about this is the way it manages to address different areas of the scheme through a fundamentally variations in a palette, which is fairly consistent. And what that does is it's managed to, in our view, and that of Historic England, it's managed to create a scheme that's pulled it all together while at the same time being varied enough as well. And the correspondence here of scale, and the correspondence particularly of the materials and tones across this, we're very pleased with. It's worth Dave was pointing out particular materials and aspects of materials here. As we know, you've probably seen in many of the pieces of material, it is red brick. We've got standing seam roofs on the top and different greys and reds and so on. So it's in fact that material palette, as I mentioned before, is fairly consistent across them. This is the existing scheme on the right. Now there was some variation here, and it was quite a battle actually at the time to be able to get this variation, but we did. But in comparison, this is certainly far richer. What's interesting about it is, if you notice as well, the contrast. What has the confidence for this amount of contrast between the tops of these two blocks? And the reason that particularly works is because different views, as you pan around the scheme, the different you view it in different ways, and so it changes as well. And as you saw from the Corporation Street image, and on it goes into these various other parts of the scheme. As Dave mentioned, some buildings have projecting balconies, and some facades have that. Others have insets. Others have combinations of them. And what's been interesting about it is that it's been able to work this palette for smaller scale elements as much as larger scale elements. So this is in behind those buildings on Bardell Terrace at the back, and actually it's been able to work there as well. So this is the building on Corporation Street. As Dave mentioned, we've long anticipated, I suppose, that the post office land would eventually be developed, and so it's interesting that the slightly taller building here, now proposed alongside the existing MHS building, the good thing about it is that it offers would offer a sort of satisfying step between the scales, between the variation in Corporation Street and what are the taller blocks at the end which terminate the vista. One of the big challenges we've had with Corporation Street actually is that we've not wanted, and you can see it aesthetically of when you see it in models, we've not wanted to create too much of a single datum, because if everything's the same height, it can feel very austere and very blocky. So in fact, this is helping in many ways the composition for us along Corporation Street, and as Dave mentioned, this is the same material palette rendered in a different way for a different condition. Now, what's interesting is that also has effects. That approach has effects for the larger scale and the views, and I'm just going to very quickly run through this. There have been some slight variations in height, as Dave mentioned. A single story there along Corporation Street. On the corner of Star Hill here, it's 0.5 metre higher. We ourselves and Historic England have been very careful to make sure that wasn't, and to have tested it quite carefully to make sure it wasn't overly high. One of the methods that the team have used for that is to pull those units back so they're not in view. It's actually a 1/2 story, 1 story higher actually at the back rather than the front onto the space, which makes quite a big difference. And as Dave mentioned at the rear here, I think we've got 2 stories from the original scheme there, which we've been testing in the views to make sure that works, and 1/2 story higher in this location. So there's slight variations. One location it's gone down a bit, and say down very considerably, of course, here, because this is the space that Dave was referring to here, where the block has been taken out. So you have much more width across here. This is now amenity space. The light is far better in here, and we have the amenity at the ground floor, as Dave was mentioning as well here. So this has been taken out completely. And this corner right at the far end is lower, in fact, than the original scheme. And these views offer a reference to actually what we've now got. On the right-hand one is the consented scheme. You can see it in here. This is actually the new scheme here, the one you're considering this evening. Again, this was the consented scheme here, and these views offer some of these reasons why the materials and the components and the scaling has been so interesting, because what we find is we can lose the massing because of the way it's built up. It's now not a single object, and therefore it doesn't sit as prominently in the skyline of these views either. So, and it's in fact it's actually quite hard for me to see this, perhaps partly because of the scale of the image too, but it's actually quite difficult to see this. And I think a good example of this, I think, is what we see from the other side, from, for instance, here, when you're looking across the river, or from some pier at Rochester Riverside. Whereas you gradually see it being built up, and it begins, of course, so you see it on its edge, but it begins to be lost in the grain, in the grain and the fabric behind. And of course, as Dave mentioned, we certainly wouldn't want to be having this scheme further in Rochester along the High Street, and we wouldn't want it in Chatham Intra. And for those of you who have we've been having conversations with about Chatham Intra and about Rochester in other ways, you'll know that we're looking at far smaller, far lower buildings in those places. But so it's fantastic. This is possible in this particular location. Again, this is the consented scheme in behind here, and you see the benefit again of this attitude to grain and to materiality and breaking down the massing here on this skyline. In this particular one, it's not a problem because it's hidden, and it was always hidden as a scheme actually in behind here, and you can see the dotted line here, and you've probably looked at this in the materials, I would think. Again, this is the consented scheme here, and the important thing here, and this is the current one that you're considering tonight. The important thing here for us and Historic England was that we didn't break the skyline and not break the skyline of the ridge, and so we're very pleased with the fact that the scheme under consideration now, despite actually being a significant improvement in quality and actually delivering a greater number of homes, still does not break that skyline, which is quite an achievement, I think, in many ways. And here are just some views which illustrate again some of these aspects I've been talking about here, and embedding itself on the corner at the bottom of Star Hill. It's not seen, of course, as you come down Star Hill itself, because it's tucked in behind this fabric. You don't, of course, pick it up either from the High Street, because it's always behind other buildings. And I think I've got one more view, which is this one here, which picks it up as a continuation of effectively what we're doing at Rochester Riverside. It would be very much a termination of that, of course, in many ways, because you're at the far end of it. But and then, as we know, we have the smaller grain of Chatham Intra, which continues on from that. So I'll be here for questions, of course, but I hope this gives some clue as to the level of endeavour and the consideration that's been given. And just one thing is probably worth mentioning, Dave did mention conditions. We have a stringent set of conditions here for materials, components, the assemblies, samples on site. We've been very careful with this, so that is a journey of rigour which will continue on this scheme as we go forward, should you approve it.
Sorry, Chairman. Just want to draw members' attention to supplementary agenda advice. One additional letter of objection has been received, raising concerns already listed on the main agenda. As members will be aware, correspondence was received from the applicant, which was sent to all members of the Planning Committee, and that's attached to this supplementary advice. Recommendation, Chairman, is for approval, subject to conditions as set out, and the section 106. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I might want to come back in a little while when I've heard more debate, if that's all right, since I've been speaking early on. And as ever, you know, I'm incredibly grateful to the whole team for the depth of presentation. A little bit like a sales pitch at times, but let's call it presentation. You'll see where I'm coming from in a minute. And also to the applicants who were kind enough to meet some local residents quite recently who were worried about this. And I just want to say out loud that was appreciated, because the more that it's communicated with the people, the better we can understand. I do have some concerns, but also I recognise some of the attention that's gone into this to try and offset the impact it's having on the area. And both the applicants and this evening, there's been the talk about the impact from, if you like, from an architectural and a landscape kind of perspective. I'm just going to give a slightly different perspective, if I may, because I'm a ward councillor there. I live and breathe, like many others, that particular space, and I know it inside out. And for me, it's impact on communities. So I take the same things you're talking about, but I'm thinking how people feel and the impact on the communities in that area, because that's what we're here to do, or part of what we're here to do. I also recognise from the presentation and from the reports how hard this is in terms of viability. Okay, I take that on board. I don't entirely take it on board, but I take some of that on board. And we want to develop our brownfield sites, and this is an obvious site for development. There's no question about that. That principle's already agreed. But this is having, or will have, an enormous impact on Rochester. There's absolutely no doubt about it. It's one of the most critical developments in the area. So we have to get this as good as we possibly can at the moment within the constraints that we have. And that's one of the themes I wanted to pick up, and some of the concerns. I think everything is on the limit. That's one of my concerns. I think we've got more properties in there. It's largely because we've gone to a lot of 1- and 2-bedroom properties, but also some clever designing, which I can acknowledge. But everything, as we are often discussing in this committee, you feel, well, you know, it's that extra couple of houses here, it's that little extra bit there. And when I'm looking at Corporation Street, you're kind of trying to sell me, well, it's a bit higher than MHS. Isn't that clever, because it goes up then to... I'm thinking the opposite. I'm thinking, well, I remember listening to the MHS presentations and why it couldn't go any higher than that. And now all of a sudden it's good to be higher than that. Well, okay, come on, guys. Which way do you want this? You know, I'm not entirely convinced by that. I feel everything is being pushed and pushed. And I read a lot of the concerns of local folk, and the City of Rochester Society is one of those, and they're actually quite good, and they make some good comments, as did some of the official reports that we've had. I'm thinking, okay, I don't think I can get to the point where I can say I would automatically decline or turn down this application, but there are things I think have to be improved. And so what I would like to see, bearing in mind that to me it feels like everything is on the limit, I am not convinced of what I've seen regarding the improvement of that road junction at the bottom of Star Hill. Moving it from one side of the road to the other, yes, okay, I can see why you're doing that, but it moves it across to a very narrow piece of footpath where the old Capon's Butchers used to be. Most of us remember it as that, you know, that end of the high street. It's very narrow there, and I don't know how that really works. I'm also, as you know, I'm a cyclist, but it's not just about me. I'm just the whole of the active travel scene in Medway. Let me speak up for them. That is one of the most difficult junctions in Medway to cycle across. It's scary. It is scary. And I'm a very confident cyclist, and I don't like it. And I have been told for years that when the Queen's development and now this one comes forward, there will be improvements that would make that better. I haven't heard anything about that. And especially since we don't have enough parking here for all of the people that are going to live there, so we're going to be encouraging them to walk and cycle to places. So please, convince me, what are we doing to make that cycling experience better? And by the way, I'd like to see some visitor cycle racks outside. I'm sure you can arrange that. That's easy to do. I'm not convinced by the argument regarding that junction at all. And I would like there to be more time spent on that, because I think we have to get that right. Many of the residents have talked about that horrible junction anyway. I don't think we've done enough to improve it at this stage. I think it's possible to make it better, and we can discuss that perhaps at another time. But I think that it's all about the permeability. You did sort of talk about it from connecting Chatham Intra to the historic part. That Star Hill, it's such a busy road. People don't like to go across there. We've really got to work hard to make it, and I acknowledge the attempt that's being made. I don't think it's good enough yet. So I think there needs to be more discussion and thought about that. Let's move the emphasis more towards the pedestrian and the active travel person in our town centres, and not just treat them as a big highway for the cars to go through. I think we need to readdress the balance there. So I'd like some more thought on that, please. The other big thing for me is there's no Section 106. There's no contribution to that local community that I can see whatsoever. And I take on board what's said about viability. You know, the cost of just one of those hundreds of flats, the cost of just one of them would make a really big difference if spent wisely in that vicinity. I'll give you some examples. I've been as just a ward councillor, doing what all of my colleagues do in my little patch, trying to get some railings painted, trying to get some bollards improved, trying to get some flowers put up, and all those little things that local communities work on. This is, it's like, well, we put this thing here, and we're not going to give you a penny to help you deal with the impact of it. And in fact, those very railings where that crossing is, they're in a terrible state. Absolutely appalling. They're embarrassing. I tried to get payback team to come and put a coat of paint on this. It's too dangerous for them to work there. Fine. So sorry to prolong this, but it is so important. We have to get this right. I really do want to see more work done on that road junction. I really would like to be far more effort put into going back to the developer and asking for an increase in Section 106, so that the impact that's going to have on that area can somehow be balanced out by improving the area. I'm sorry to speak for so long, but this is going to be there for 100 years, and we've got to get it right. I might come back later, Chair, because I know there are lots of other things as well, and I'm sure my colleagues will raise them, but thank you.
Councillor Hubbard.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. First, the boring bit. You've heard me say it before, but for my wife, this is a place of romance where her parents met over an oily rag at a typewriter, because it's the old Rochester Motor Company site. But I failed to mention in the past is that it's a place of boredom of a Saturday morning while she waited for her parents to finish work to go and do something else. So, if you go back to the picture of the junction, or the slide 63, 64. And I'm going to pick up what Councillor Trancher mentioned. Keep going. Yeah. No, the one before. I think, yeah. Now, I've also tried to ascertain the look of the new buildings is undoubtedly better than the look of the older buildings. The palette seems to be better. It matches in with the new houses of adjacent, and matches better in with the courthouse, etc. What I'm trying to do is find out how many more properties that is, and what it means in the sense of pedestrians and footfall. So I sat down and did a calculation that previously I did it by bedrooms, yeah. So last time round I worked at, there was 541 bedrooms. This time round, we've got 600 bedrooms plus the student accommodation, that's 685 bedrooms. So we're talking about an increase in the number of bedrooms in the area by 27%. So we've got 27% more people, assuming living in this location, which to me means that more people will be making pedestrian movements across that junction. I go along with it. This is this junction. It's just not one junction. It's what, four. You've got Victoria Street. You've got the High Street, both bits, and Corporation Street and Star Hill. I was going out on Friday night actually, and I was stuck in traffic because it was chaos in Rochester due to the Christmas market and others. And I was waiting at that junction for quite a while to get into Victoria Street, and it just emphasised to me the dangerous nature and people making dangerous moves across it, pedestrian, because they're getting frustrated, and also drivers doing frustrating things as well. I don't think Mr. Harris, you described the landing by the new development, and as Councillor Chancellor said, that the landing adjacent to 177 is nothing like what it should be. If they were talking about removing 177, demolishing it and having a larger landing, I'll be far. Well, loss of the building is one thing, but the fact that I do have a landing which is of significant nature, because what's the point of having a good landing one side when the other side is too narrow? I've seen people try to walk around there over the years. It is, in fact, I've done it myself, trying to walk around. It is not a safe location. So to me, the whole crux of this development is not the look of the buildings. They look nice, they look better than the previous application. It is the highway junction. I mentioned that before when we gave approval last time around, hence why the work has been done since. But I think it just doesn't match what I thought we were seeing. Could we do the land in the other side? Because where the existing crossing is, it's probably better, but then because the design line is not to go across the High Street and then across the bottom of Star Hill. So my concern is about pedestrian on this dangerous junctions, and that landing by 177 is not adequate. If you're talking about large amounts of volume of people moving across, especially when we're talking about a significant increase in the number of people living in that area by 27% compared to the previous scheme, I feel very uncomfortable with it. Thank you.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation, and a lot of one. I appreciate all the work that's gone in as well. I'm hoping not to repeat too much of what Stuart's just been talking about and Stephen, but I'll go across a few boundaries, I suspect, as I go through this. I just want to pick up on some minor points, if I may. Firstly, in relation to the number of properties, on page 43 of the report on the online version, where it comes to the proposal, it runs through the different areas that are being developed, and I've tried to do a calculation. And I've got 8-storey block of 41, 11-storey block of 138, a 6-storey block of 119, and a 10-storey block of 10 and 8-storey block of 75, which comes to 373 units, not 374. So there's probably some sort of typo in there. Maybe that's the one extra unit that Stuart would like to have to pay for the 106. I don't know, but there seems to be a little bit of an anomaly there. And equally, if you run down then onto page 47 of the report, where it discusses the representations under Historic England section, just the last paragraph, it says the replacement blocks would range in scale from 6 to 10 stories, but it's actually 11. So I think we need to get our ducks in a row here. If you apologize for being picky, but this is hugely important. Now I'll move on to that. Just in terms of what I like about this, I do like the flow through the landscaped gap, which runs from Corporation Street towards Intra, and it's nice to see that link into Intra is now there. I mean, that's a really good a good result. But I've got a number of concerns, and I'll just start off with the climate change element, if I may, Chair. Just last week we had a meeting with a number of development companies, volume and SMEs, regarding climate change and how the housing, the sort of private sector housing can really contribute hugely to our climate change agenda here in Medway, and that's missing from here. I appreciate there's EV charging, I appreciate there's mention of heat source pumps, but we really could have central heating units in here. This could really be a sort of a way of really sort of having a zero carbon development right slap bang in the middle of Rochester, which would be fantastic for Medway's reputation apart from anything else. And we know the technology exists. We know that it can be done. It'd be nice to see it being done here in this really high-profile, prominent central location. So there is that element that would be nice to see more of, and I'll get on to what I'm coming to very shortly, Chair. And then I just want to move on to the sort of details. Heritage England have said this is a low-level impact on the heritage of the area. But that's because Heritage England look at Leeds Castle and Warwick Castle and Rochester Castle. They don't look at this sort of stuff. Stuart mentioned this. This is a huge impact for the local population. This is going to make a massive difference. If I may call up a picture, just to give the impression, and that is the image that you've got. I've got 4.28 here on my slides that you sent of the end of the old High Street, looking across the junction of Star Hill to the new development. That's the one. Thank you. Now, one thing you mentioned was that as the tourists and visitors to Rochester get to the end of the High Street, they look across, that's to Challenger Junction, they turn around and they walk back, and the intra-area gets ignored, and we're trying to overcome that problem. Well, there's the new block, there's the junction, and honestly, that looks like you're walking straight into a residential estate. And as a visitor, I would not cross the road there, I would turn around and walk back. So I don't think we're achieving what we're hoping to achieve with that. The austere blockiness is still there. And if you contrast the two sides of the the old High Street Road there, the old sort of development, the housing on the right-hand side compared to the new, they are very, very different. And it really does look like... So I think my problem with this development primarily is what's on that corner. And that's where I'm really struggling to get to grips with whether I'm happy with this scheme or not. And I think some of the other views we've seen from around the back, that's fine. I can get the idea of Corporation Street development mirroring but not sort of copying what's already there. That all makes sense. But this view does not bring visitors into the intra area, and that's where I'm struggling. So I think what I'm saying, Chair, is that at this stage, we're nearly there. I would really like to have a site visit with the developers to talk through their scheme, perhaps with Duncan and as well, just to get a feel for being on site and getting a look at, now that it's been demolished, that will be a lot easier to get a feel for it. So I'm proposing that we defer this, we have a site visit, and then we come back and have a look at it. Because this, as Stuart was saying, this is hugely important. And at the moment, I just feel that corner is not doing it for me. And I think there may be other ways of dealing with it, particularly in relation to the junction as well. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Normally, any large-scale development on a highway is secured by a Section 278 agreement. As part of Section 278 agreement, what the applicant or the developer will have to do is commission a safety auditor to look at all the safety implications regarding pedestrian safety and things like that. So in terms of the crossing, an auditor, an independent auditor, will look and see whether the actual pedestrian facility is correct, whether they also look at see whether it's narrow. If the footpath is narrow, they will put forward a suggestion to increase the footpath. So they will look at the safety implications of the facility, of the crossing, and everything else. So I think that will be dealt with as part of the Section 278 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to support Councillor Tranter on that. I'm a bit disappointed in such a huge development that we're not getting any 106, apart from the bird mitigation, which I believe they have to do. Did we have 106 from the previous approved? But we did have some money towards a car club, I believe,
There's a car club as part of this proposal.
as well. Okay.
Yeah.
So I just think with such a big development that we should get some 106 if we can, because it's going to bring, as Councillor Hubbard said, you know, how many bedrooms was it? 600 and something extra people into the area. We've got to deal with those people.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll just reiterate the comments with regard to the S106 funding. I think it is very disappointing not to have that local contribution. Just picking up on the crossing, was it looked at in terms of going diagonally across, like you would do at a big, like, I think we have that in Piccadilly Circus in London and in other big major cities, they have a diagonal crossing point across there. Now, you could even sort of create a decorative mural for the route across the middle there. Was that ever looked at as an option?
Chairman, I can't say it was. I'm not sure our highways colleagues would say that necessarily would be safe. It might work. I mean, I don't know the Piccadilly Circus one well enough to say why that works or not, but you've got cars coming in all sorts of different directions here, and you need to keep the free flow of traffic. I'm not sure it would work, but I'm not a highway engineer.
Thank you for letting me come back, Chair. I was going to suggest a little variation on Councillor Curry's proposal. I don't know if I need a site meeting personally, because I know the site very well, and it's just a piece of land. But I would value a deferment to be able to meet, if necessary, with highways engineers to look at that junction and to discuss on site that junction and the issues there. Because I wouldn't want to spend, I could spend for ages talking about it now. I don't think that's appropriate. I would really value that to see what further improvement could be made to that junction, which is achievable. Intuitively, I feel it could be better than it is. And also that at the same time, if we're going to defer, to ask to go back to the developer to look again at the Section 106, bearing in mind the sheer scale of this development and the impact it will have on that local community, for us to look at improving a Section 106 contribution for that community. And I don't think, given how impactful this is, I don't think that's a hugely big ask. So that is my proposal, if that works for this committee, if that gets seconded.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm more than happy to second that. And I think it'd be just as an add-on there, I'd be quite interested to see and hear the highways view on the flow of traffic around it's Bardell's Terrace and Burrells Road, how that works as well, because I'm a little bit unclear as to how cars are coming in and out of there and how those junctions will work. So I think I would like to second that. Thank you, Chair.
Can I just be clear here? This is not a site visit with the developer. This is a meeting of members who wish to pursue the situation with the highways. Yeah? Yeah.
Chairman, thank you very much. And if I could just say one thing in terms of, I understand members' desire for a Section 106, and I'm sure the developer is listening and watching this, and we will have further discussions. What I would say is similar to the Quinn scheme, the scheme where both Quinns and this applicant have provided evidence that the scheme is not viable with any Section 106 and without any affordable. I pushed Quinns and I pushed these applicants in order to get 10% affordable homes, because according to viability, it's not viable with any affordable. So we've got the 10% of affordable homes, which I felt was really, really important. I will continue to speak to them about Section 106, because as I said, I'm sure they are watching this and have listened very carefully to what members have said. I've also considered very carefully the point that Councillor Trenter made, which I thought was very useful, as always. Stuart, sorry, I didn't mean that derogatory, but, which is about, in terms of, even if it can't be covered in a Section 106, something which will improve the environment for local people. So we'll have those further discussions as well, and see where we get, Chairman.
Right, thank you, colleagues. Before this goes to the vote, I need to ask Councillor Lamas and Councillor Stamp if they have any pecuniary interest. No? And were you both here at the commencement of the presentation? I was just starting. Okay, but you won't, Councillor Lamas? No. So on the basis that you haven't heard the whole presentation, you cannot vote, I'm afraid. So would you formally move that this is deferred for a meeting with...
Well, Madam Chairman, I think it has been proposed or seconded. My remark was to do with your question to one of the late arriving members about declarations, that perhaps we should make Councillor Lamas aware that I declared on behalf of all Conservative members an interest in relation to the Cooling Marsh item 8, because it's in the name of the Leader of the Council, and perhaps Councillor Lamas may wish to enjoin that declaration together with the rest of this group.
Thank you. Okay, so it has been moved and seconded that there is a meeting with members and the Highways Department to look at the situation with regard to Star Hill and the road crossings. I would support what Mr. Harris has said, that the previous consented scheme did not benefit from significant 106 payments, and also that we do have a live application which could be implemented tomorrow. Having said that, those in favour of the proposal? Those to the contrary? The application is deferred. That then takes us to agenda item 6, which is the Rochester Riverside, and Councillor Etheridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, I wish to sit here and speak on item 9, but I'm experiencing quite a lot of discomfort at the moment and I'm going to have to leave. I'd really appreciate if Mr. Harris could read out my thing. If not, I am aware that I have sent it to members, but I really do need to go and I do apologise.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Etheridge. We will make sure that that is done. Right, Rochester Riverside, Mr. Harris.
Chairman, thank you very much, and I do want to apologise to members for you're going to hear my voice an awful lot this evening. There was meant to be my planning manager here as well tonight, but she's not very well, so I'm presenting her items. So apologies that you're listening to me a lot. So Rochester Riverside, members are very familiar with this. There was a condition, well, the original application in the description included the provision of a bridge across Corey's Creek. Now, with just big applications, you get lots of things put in descriptions, and not necessarily all of them are delivered. And conditions are only normally imposed where it is seen as an absolute requirement that something is provided. And in considering this application originally, members and officers must have considered that it was appropriate for a bridge to be provided, hence the condition 13. The applicants now, as the development is progressing, feel that there is no need for a bridge in this location. I'll explain why in a second. But also there is some concerns being expressed by the Environment Agency regarding the fact that building the bridge may have an impact on ecology in the creek. And again, I'll show that, as well as some issues regarding littering. So what they're asking for is for the condition to be removed, but they recognise that there's a cost associated with the bridge, and they're willing to have a section 106 whereby the money that we would have spent on the bridge could go to another facility, community facility, subject to members' agreement. And what they're saying on that is that they feel that this would, and I think we agree with them, that the money from the bridge could go towards bringing back into use or repairing Rochester Pier, which is currently closed due to storm damage. And that once reopened, the pier could then be used for things like riverboat service, river user hub location for historic vessels, the RNLI rescue point, Sea Scout access, event space, various other things, which is seen that would be of a great benefit to the both to the use of the river and also to the local community. Members, you'll also be aware that in the report, page 89, we're suggesting that if the Rochester Pier is restoration is not deemed feasible, then we've suggested some other possible ways that money can be spent. And I'm sure members have a view on that as alternatives. My feeling is that it would be best to have a section 106 which refers to Rochester Pier, and then only if it's not proved to be viable, we come back to this committee again. Would be my preference, but you'll have a view on that. So this is the where the proposed bridge was, and members know the site. You've got the underpass coming through. You've now got the hotel. You've got the co-op. You've got the Costa, and you've got this development that's taken place in here. You've got a retirement development just being permitted in this area, just there. And we've got delivered the Riverside Walk, which wraps all the way around here. And what is considered is that, well, in terms of a walkway, it actually works very well the way it wraps around all the way there. It brings in interest. It brings in an interest of the creek as well, possibly for people not living on the estate who have come across. It links well to the cafe, to the co-op, in terms of having a break while they're walking around and enjoying that walk all the way around Rochester Riverside. So on that basis, is the bridge necessary? And then the second thing is in relation to the creek itself, those concerns there. And you can see what the creek is. And the view is that if you start to construct a bridge here, there are some ecology interests in here which may be disturbed by that. So we recognise all those points. We agree with them. And we feel that it would be appropriate for that condition to be removed, subject to a section 106, to get that money to go towards Rochester Pier. You'll see also in the recommendation that we are reimposing the conditions that were there, rewording those ones which have already been complied with or where to be more appropriate. But that's a legal requirement because effectively through a Section 73 application, you're giving a new permission, and that's why you see all those conditions being reimposed. So members, subject to that Section 106, we're recommending that the condition be removed, subject to conditions. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Tranter.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I support the recommendation, and I think that's very good. Just a point of clarification, if I might. We all know in this room that the river strategy is in progress, and various things are being pursued with connection to the repair of the pier and various ideas and costs and so on. That's all going on right now. My question is about timescales and when the Section 106 money, if this is approved, would become available because they all have to match together at some point down the road, which might not be for a little while, I don't know, but just are there any issues with the timescales of when the Section 106 is available?
No, Chairman, that's a really good point that Councillor Tranter makes, and that's something that we need to consider very carefully in the Section 106. We could follow the existing timing for delivery of the bridge, which links to Phase 4, which is not that far off, in which case the payment would be relatively soon. But your point's a good one, Councillor Tranter, which is it actually needed that soon? And in which case, maybe we delay the payment. And would the interest rates go up a little bit, and if we get maybe a bit more? But we need to very carefully consider that, along with those involved in the repair of Rochester Pier.
Thank you, Chair. Just a clarification, Mr Harris. How long can we keep 106 money for before we have to spend it?
And that's why I need to be very careful over the Section 106 wording, Councillor Hackwell, which is a point that you've made. The payback period is 5 years. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't have anybody else, so I'll move to the Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, colleagues. So agenda item 6, I propose approval subject to the terms set out. That is a Section 106 agreement. I'll return to the detail of that, Madam Chairman, if I may, and to conditions numbered 1 to 58 on our agenda papers. And with respect to the Section 106, which has been referred to by members, my proposal in moving approval overall would be that we make specific reference as to 106 funds in relation to supporting and maintaining public river access. So on that basis, I make that proposal.
Seconded. Those in favour?
Chair.
Are we only 14? Is there anyone against? The application for the Rochester Riverside is approved. I'll take one more item and then we will have a break. Right. Agenda item 7 is land south of Lower Rainham Road, which Councillor Potter wishes to address you as a ward member. Do you agree?
Agreed.
It's your star.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you. Land south of Lower Rainham Road. Right, this site has an extant planning permission, so an outline planning permission for up to 202 dwellings, with the matter of access having been agreed within that planning permission as well. There are 2 access points, one to Lower Rainham Road and one secured by condition via Bakersfield, which is the adjacent site you can see on the site plan on the screen. Up to 25% affordable housing, various other obligations and conditions, including a crossing point to the public right-of-way on the northern side of Lower Rainham Road. This current application is a reserved matters application, and this is looking at the matters of layout, scale, appearance, landscaping. The proposal is showing 200 dwellings. It's also seeking to discharge conditions related to refuse, multi-use games area and contamination. You can see on the site plan here that we've got development ongoing, Bakersfield Phase 1. There's planning permissions in place and development has commenced on Bakersfield Phase 2A and 2B. We've got the boundary with the Swale administrative area on the eastern side of the site. As you can see there, and there's the public right-of-way that I referred to. Looking at the aerial photograph of the site, you can see coming forward there, Bakersfield Phase 1, and this area here is Bakersfield 2A and 2B. Under the outline permission, there was approved an access here, the main vehicular access onto an off-lower Rainham Road. There's also secured by condition a two-way vehicular access through the Bakersfield Phase 1 development. Having a look at the photographs, on the left of the slide is the application site. The access that you can see here is the temporary access. It's not in the location of the approved access under the outline. So on the right-hand side of the screen is the application site. Within the site, we are looking across, you can see with my wiggly blue line, we're looking across towards the northwestern boundary. This is the Bakersfield Phase 1 development that's coming forward, and you can see the Bakersfield Phase 2 phases coming forward there as well. So this is now looking at the southwestern boundary. So this would be 10 acre way, and various of the roads around there. And then we're looking across to the southeastern boundary, which is the Swale area administrative boundary, where the two areas meet. There's a number of constraints on the site. We have a gas pipeline running along the frontage and down here. That has got a zone, a way leave where you can't build, an easement where you can't build. There is also an area related to that under the outline application, the Health and Safety Executive in the hashed colour here, it said that there had to be a lower density of dwelling, or there had to be a density of dwelling limited to no more than 30 units per hectare. We have a situation where we have an anomaly. We have an overlap here between the Bakersfield Phase 2B site that came to committee fairly recently and the application site. The Bakersfield Phase 2 development proposed to have some of its drainage come over onto this site by agreement between the two parties. This was shown on the Bakersfield plans as being a pond. So you'll note on the recommendation that we have actually written this as a resolution to approve subject to. So the first of the items that we have there on the resolution to approve is to address this situation of the overlap. The two drainage schemes clearly would need to coordinate between the two sites. So that's a matter that we've put there in the resolution to approve. I'll talk a little more on that in a moment when we come down to the next slides. We also have a resolution to approve in relation to ecological matters on the site, and again I'll talk about that a little more in a moment. And I do apologise, I do realise that I should have pointed to the supplementary agenda. On the supplementary agenda, taking it back, apologies, there has been additional response. There's a response from a condition from KCC Ecology added to the supplementary agenda, but further to that, we've now received further comment from KCC Ecology in respect to the latest landscape drawings. So I do still need to keep this on the resolution to approve, because there are some changes that will be needed to conditions across the landscape conditions, the various conditions. So we do still ask for delegated authority in respect to just ecology conditions there and doing what's needed to make everything tally. There was 5 additional representations reported. Those were reporting comments that were included in the list of comments from those already listed. And I did need to also amend that there are some 2.5-storey dwellings that have been introduced into the housing mix as well, but again I shall show those in the presentation. The proposed layout is here, as you can see. So what we have the access into the site. This is the main access. We then have this secondary access through Bakersfield, which I'll come on to again in a moment. We've got open space to the frontage. We've got to this northern side. On the other side of the road, clearly, oh, I've got no, thank you. On the other side of the road, there's the open fields and so forth that's part of the Gillingham Riverside Alley, area of local landscape importance. The layout is responding to that location, and also that this is a rural road by having this open space on this northern side. There are no footpaths being introduced on the edge of that rural lane. Where there is planting being removed, there is planting proposed to be, a hedgerow proposed to be, I've lost again, sorry, proposed to be planted, but clearly taken into account any vision space or any drainage and so forth. We have some drainage, clearly, as you can see, in terms of ponds and overflow. We have other drainage that is being created beneath the open space on this side. You can see the layout proposed for the houses there. You can see this open space area that's being introduced into the middle of the site here. We have the retention of some planting around the edges of the site that you could see in those photographs. Clearly we've got the easement coming down this side here, and we have some retention of planting. A lot of the planting that's on the site at the moment that you can see in the aerial photograph is self-seeded, so it's not as though it's all in a nice row along the boundary. So some of it has to go to make way for the development. It's just the way it is, because it's not all regular. So where there is the possibility that has been retained, but you can see that clearly on particularly on the south western side, then that hasn't been so possible. Somewhat more here, but not so much here. So coming on to this access to Bakersfield, we have the condition that controls that it needs to be a two-way flow with a footpath to adoptable standards on the Redrow site. You can see, though, as we look at the Bakersfield site with the approved layout, we don't have that full flow all the way through. There is this landscape area, and it will be a change to the type of the road, but they do still need to link together. We've been assured by we're aware that there is an agreement, an easement agreement already between McCulloch's and on the left-hand side and Redrow to deliver this link through. It would be from McCulloch's to come across their landscape area. Clearly it's their site, but we do want an additional condition to be added to ensure delivery, and we've suggested by the 175th dwelling of the 200 on the site prior to the occupation of that, and that will just ensure that that is then fully working, and we do have that flow through the site for permeability. Looking at the outline illustrative layout and the reserved matters, the proposed layout we have here, there have been some changes clearly from the illustrative to the reserved matters. In part is because of this change to the drainage. This is reflecting the approved drainage under the Bakersfield permission, where we had their extended red line coming across and across here. But there are different ways to look at drainage, and in fact what has been taken forward is that rather than this be an overflow area, so it would be grass with sloped bank, they have incorporated, they've made a change, they've made a more organic shape, and actually do have a pond here now, so that's got standing water permanently. It will have vegetation that allows for a different ecology being brought onto the site, so it is also that visual amenity and that sense, that rural sense being brought onto the site. They do have an overflow area, but clearly this is sometimes dry, this is sometimes wet, but we do have that standing pond for the benefit of everybody there. What that has been seconded with is we do now have the underground, we have the created retention of surface water from the two schemes on this side now, and it allows for that to be a usable green area there. We do have clearly a change to the orientation of some of the different units. We do have an area here that was hoped to be able to get a link through, to go through to the swale area and create that permeability through for cyclists and pedestrians, which was envisaged from the outline, but that hasn't been able to be achieved for matters that have been explained in the report. So that this scheme has been redesigned, and that now isn't showing on the plans. We do just have housing now coming along here. In terms of height, it's 2-storey across the whole of the scheme, other than where we have a half-storey increase in these areas here that I'm showing here. We do have, as you can see on the drawings, rooms in the roof space, and we have roof lights being shown on the rear elevations, but we've spoken with the applicant and they're going to be moving those to the front elevation of those roofs. But that just needs a condition just to ensure that comes forward. Looking at the mix, you can see that there is a big mix of both dwelling types, and in terms of the finish across the site, we've got a lot of different external materials and materials adding interest at prominent points on corners. So that's just illustrating that they are looking to get that very mixed street scene there. In terms of affordable housing, we have 3 clusters, one of a larger cluster and 2 smaller clusters. Clearly, we do like to have affordable housing pepper potted through the site, but there is also that sway by affordable housing providers where they need to manage, and clearly management for them is more effective if they can have dwellings together. So here is they've sought a balance between putting housing together, but also spreading it through the site. This is just looking again further at that landscape frontage area. To the rural area to the north, this is the pond. There is a condition as well for a trim trail to be installed, equipment for a trim trail to be installed in this area to give that active use here as well. We do have some orchard planting. Clearly, ecology is a matter that we would need to take into account, and the need for ecological enhancement, biodiversity enhancement across all sites. This is a green site in as much as it does have an amount of vegetation and so forth on the site at the moment. And this is clearly being addressed. What you might also notice here is we have street trees on this main road and also on the 2 main secondary roads being provided, not in front gardens, but within planted areas and so forth, verges, public verges outside of the front gardens. This is that central open space area. Again, we've got some open space for informal play, and we have some orchard planting. I think in the report I had said this was a railing of the type that you commonly see with the round top, but in fact that had been changed out, so I do apologise for that. It had been changed with state fencing, which was a request from the landscape officers with respect to the rural ambience of the place. Again, just highlighting the tree-lined streets and the opportunities around these open spaces to have tree-lined streets here. We need clearly to be looking at distances and set a separation between the existing residents that are around 3 of the perimeters of this site and the new housing. So what I've just looked at here is going around on the 3 different boundaries where we do have existing homes, and just looking at the distances. I've tended to go for the tightest distances. So 74 10 acre way here, which is angled, as well, but we are looking at a 20-metre distance within the Medway house interim design standards. We have housing distances, garden distances, where we're looking at in urban situations of a minimum of 10 metres. We do have here as well, we have a gap between the gardens on this side and these 10-metre gardens here. But that's just showing some of these, the distance here. We have here, again, it's an orientated, so it's not looking directly on, and it's also, you'll notice here, it's looking onto a flank. So it's not a back-to-back relationship, it's onto a flank, and we're looking at 13.5, approximately 30.5. Again, that would be an acceptable distance. Having a look at some of the others, so again, we're looking at a flank here, we're looking at about approximately 50.5. Finwell, which are bungalows here, at a slightly higher level. Again, we're looking at about a back-to-back of about 24. So that's in greater than the 20. If you took two 10-metre gardens together, it would be 20. We've got 20 Grenadier close here. Again, this is in the swale side, where they're looking at the flank across that easement for the pipeline. We're looking at over 21.5. We have a number of conditions to be considered under this application. So those are in relation to refuse, contamination, and the Muga multi-use games area, where you have the outline planning permission. There are various conditions in the outline permission that will ask for certain details to be shown in the reserved matters. So, for example, with parking, you'd have a condition saying that the parking to certain standards needs to be shown in the reserved matters application. You have other conditions that will have different triggers, as it were. So some may be prior to commencement, you need to submit details. You'll have some that are at ground floor level, prior to occupation. But where you're considering layout, there are various matters that will inform the layout, but aren't necessarily for discharge at that time. So with the layout here, we have conditions on the outline that relate to drainage, and we have the condition relating to land levels and final floor levels, but they're not worded to be submitted with the reserved matters, and they haven't been applied to be discharged, but they do inform the layout. So what the applicant has done in this case, they've provided us with illustrative details with respect to a drainage strategy, and illustrative details with respect to land levels, which clearly informs drainage as well, and finished floor levels. But those are illustrative. Those haven't been applied to be discharged now, but they have been provided to inform and help us understand their layout. So I have just looked a little bit at some of the levels of information from the illustrative that they have shown, and for the vast majority of the site, it's absolutely fine. There's just a little bit of refinement we feel that may be necessary on the side where we have the Bakersfield site. And we'll just show a couple of the levels differences here. So we have Finwell, which is one of the older houses. It's a bungalow. You can see land level differences. We have Bloomfields, Bloomfields, which is part of the Bakersfield Phase 1, which was built on a very different level. We have here you're looking at the Phase 1 of Bakersfield. And you can just see that we're starting to get a little bit of difference between some of the land levels of the, and this is in this illustrative situation, which when we're looking at these land level changes, you can see here the green line is the existing and the blue line is the proposed. You can see that there is starting to be a little bit of level difference that we just feel perhaps needs a bit of refinement. We know it's not a full agreement now. So we have here we've been all the way along just looking at the differences. So again, we've got a separation here, I think, sorry, I'm flicking, sorry. So we've got separations here between the plots about 26.5, about 20, a little over 24 for this one here. And then, beg your pardon, flicking 23.5. And there's a land level difference been shown now, and then we've got a distance here as well. So we're just aware that that we will probably need, well, when the drainage condition is submitted for discharge, what we would be minded to do is look particularly at just these areas where we just need to have a bit more refinement, and we would be looking to take those, we'd be looking to advertise when those are, that drainage condition and the land level conditions are received. We would look to have comment on those, so we'd consult on those. We're then coming on to, by the time we get down to phase 2, it's slightly different here again. These are lesser differences we have here. We're then coming on to just looking at the various street scenes here. So this is along the frontage of the site. We have here where there's a greater spacing between the properties there. We're then looking at some of these affordable areas here, and some of the terraced housing. We do have a type of housing block here where we have a couple of apartments on the end of a terrace. And I won't dwell on these, but this is just showing that even with the various different types, they have more than one materiality. So some have got render, they're proposing some with brickwork, and they're generally doing that with most of the different housing types that they've got here to again just vary the built form and how it would look in the street. If anybody wants me to stop, do just say. So I'm stopping there on the proposed layout. So in conclusion, in respect to the resolution to approve, we are minded that the ecology matter needs to be retained as a resolution while we do some changes to the conditions and just make sure that the conditions flow all the way through from the outline. With respect to the drainage, we have had correspondence from McCulloch's who are happy with the drainage strategy approach in this application. What McCulloch's have also done, they've also submitted a Section 73 application on their site, Bakersfield Phase 2A, so that the two drainages will then coordinate. So that's just been received, and that's in the early stages at the moment. The local lead flood authority officer has had a look at the Section 73 application, and this application in principle is happy with the drainage approach. So we are minded that that the resolution that the Section 73 for Bakersfield needs to go all the way through to approval isn't necessary for this application to progress. So we are just looking to now proceed with the suggestion of the resolution to approve subject to the ecology. In terms of the conditions that I've mentioned, I do note, and it's my mistake, so I do apologise, in the drawings condition 2, I've put the land levels and so forth in there. I shouldn't have done those with the illustrative, so I just need to take out the drainage references and the land level references. They shouldn't be approved in that condition 2. In terms to the two-storey heights, we need to have drawings to move the skylights, the roof lights across to the front elevation, and to also remove PD rights so nobody can then come along and put them in the rear elevation. Again, we're minded that for all of the perimeter houses with the 10-metre gardens, we feel that it's right to remove the permitted development rights for extensions and roof lights and so forth on the perimeter houses. So we do ask that that could go on, please, as well. And I've already mentioned the condition to provide the link through to the Bakersfield site. If it's not provided by McCulloch's, we want that timescale then of the 175th, prior to the occupation of the 175th unit on this site. And therefore, with those, we would recommend approval.
Councillor Potter, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So as I said at the top of the meeting, this was an application which I opposed. One of the big concerns was the highways impact, and that's still very much a concern that I have tonight, albeit for slightly different reasons. Obviously, with the size of the development, there are also concerns about the impact on local services. I note that Councillor Horton has written in from the Swell side and expressed those concerns. Unfortunately, it isn't an extant permission, so they already have that principle established. I'll just run through a few bits before I get onto that highways matter. I'm very pleased, Wendy, that you went through the detail around the impact of the development on neighbouring dwellings and the distances. When the 10-acre way Shorefields estate was built, they actually built bungalows on the section which was adjacent to Finwell Road, where there's already existing bungalows. From the height differences here, I would like to think that that would have a similar impact of only being a single storey, which is level with their property. But that was a consideration that was made then. It would be good to see that sort of consideration still being made now. It seems as if we don't seem to be so neighbourly and concerned about existing residents as we used to be. And that 10-acre way, that Shorefields estate, was only built 20, 30 years ago. So, you know, that would be, hopefully it's been dealt with by the what has been proposed here, but it certainly would be good to see that, that neighbourly aspect taken into account. In terms of the drainage, historically there have been issues with flooding in the area. There's a big soakaway system that runs all the way down from, I think it's Parkwood, into this area, then eventually down onto the Motley Hill area. So I would, if members are minded to approve tonight, if a notice could be put on the application that all members are kept up to date with the developments with those drainage proposals and what finally gets implemented, because as I said, there are residents who are quite rightly concerned about the impact of drainage and flooding. In terms of HGVs accessing the site, I'm concerned about the impact on the narrow section of Station Road. If HGVs are coming down Station Road, then onto that narrow section of the lower road, the same would apply to Berengrave Lane, because they have to come through that narrow section of the lower road itself and the bottom of Berengrave Lane. HGVs can't come from further afield to the west along the Lower Ronin Road because it's restricted. That would mean that the HGVs will be coming down Ottram Key Lane. We've got the new school on Ottram Key Lane, and we've got another development site on Ottram Key Lane. So it will likely be that those vehicles come down Ottram Key Lane, and therefore there needs to be some sort of coordination with the developer on Ottram Key Lane and with the school to avoid causing traffic carnage on Ottram Key Lane. So again, if that could also be added as a notive on the application, and members are minded to approve that those details are taken care of in the construction management plan. Right, on to the highways. So this scheme has this condition on for a pedestrian and vehicle access through the Bakersfield, now Bloomfield estate. However, if you look at how the roads have been built in the Bloomfield estate, the whole road system through that estate is like an extension of a driveway. It's just like a big driveway around the whole estate, and the section where they are proposing to connect the two estates is for a parking court. Now, I can't see how it's acceptable. It seems to be madness, actually, to have a through route that goes through a parking court area. So I would suggest to members that rather than make a decision tonight, you actually come and have a look at the roads and that parking court area where they're proposing to have this through route access for vehicles before making any decision. And actually this is one of the sites that Dave has put down for our review of sites, so it would also be useful to go for that purpose as well, so sort of killing two birds with one stone. So I would really urge members to do that, because I think it would be carnage, use that term again, to have a through route through a parking court. And as I said, the roads on the estate, the way they are built, they're just like a big long driveway. They're not, they might be up to a quality where they can take a high volume of traffic, but in terms of that traffic manoeuvring, I cannot see that going down particularly well with the way the type of road that we have there. So that's a concern of mine. It is also a shame that the access is not secured to the east in terms of having a pedestrian cycle access, because that would be the best, well, certainly the quickest route to get to the secondary school. And of course you've got the Three Sisters pub as well. And my concern is that without having that access, it's quite a long way round.
Councillor Potter, can you bring it to a conclusion?
Yeah, and we may well see people then using the lower Rainham Road where there is no pedestrian footway.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation, Wendy, and welcome to the planning meeting. You can clearly see the development on Google Street View with the access. You don't have to visit it. You can look at it on the screen in its developed way, so you can clearly see what Martin says, and perhaps maybe we could call it out. My biggest concern with this development is the lack of the eastern pedestrian access. When we gave outline permission, it was one key element to the safety of children walking to school. You have to go east to get out of there. Now, I understand they're saying that the Residents' Association of the Swale development won't let them enter their land, but once they build this development, there's no way of going back, because they've not got a path or an open space that butts onto that land, because I am sure that if there was a house missing along there, that the young people would make their own entrance at some point, whether it was allowed or not. But if you build houses all the way along that stretch, then there's never going to be a pedestrian access. And I feel that it's not a good scheme because of that, of the vicinity of the schools. Both to the Rivermead Infant School, you need to go east. To get to the senior school, you need to go east. And we're meant to be building sustainable developments that encourage people to walk and cycle. And it's just a dead-end cul-de-sac, really. The only main entrance is out onto the lower Rainham Road, which is a very busy country lane, probably busier than the B2000. With full of cars and no pavement. So I don't think this is a viable option compared with the outline that we approved. Thank you.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair. And actually, my points have been made by Councillor Hatwell in relation to the issues about permeability of the site and stuff like that. I've got concerns about that, as he has. And I just wanted to go, in that case, go straight into 2 points further on that one. One is in relation to the gap between 10 Acre Way and the new development, which you referred to in your report. Is that a gap that's going to be managed gap, or is it just simply going to be left as a space, unmanaged space? I was a bit unclear about that one, so there's a question around that. And also there was, on page 107, there's talk about the Section 106 funding. And I've just got a question. From what I understand from the report, the option A is the one we're going for there, where there's going to be a £300,000 payment towards open space. But then I've got a question mark over 194,000 towards splashes. I'm just wondering why that's necessary. On the basis that the council has borrowed and is developing splashes a considerably larger sum, over about £25+ million or whatever, and 194,000 is a drop in the ocean, or a very tiny proportion of that, which would probably be much more effectively spent locally. And I just wonder why we need to give splashes that sum of money, and why can't it be spent perhaps in consultation with the ward councillors, or perhaps as a contribution to Riverside Country Park, which will receive a lot more pressure from developments of this nature over the coming years. So I'm just questioning why we need to give the money to splashes in that one. And then finally, my other point was actually made by Wendy in the importance of the landscaping being native and the reflection of the orchards, that part of the reason why the area used to be, or still is partly, a local landscape importance area is because of the orchards that were there. So seeing those coming in is great. Thank you, Chair.
I don't have anybody else. Can I just say, when I was first married, I didn't live but a stone's throw from this area. The 10-acre way was the redundant brickfield. There was nothing on something called Four-Gun Field, which was never called Four-Gun Field when I lived there. There was hardly anything along the Lower Rainham Road at all. I take it really as an insult when Swale has the attitude to say that they don't want this strategic gap built on, when in actual fact, by building 10-acre way, they were the ones who put the development hard on the boundary of Medway. I also think it's a bit much that they won't allow a walk-through into 10-acre way when a lot of the children from Swale are going to the Medway school at the top of that road. So I think that quite clearly this is a disgraceful behaviour by that authority. At the end of the day, there is an outline application here. However it turns out, this land is allocated for development. I would prefer there had been no development along the Lower Rainham Road, but having said that, we've been under pressure to meet the numbers that we have to do. And to be truthful, when I hear people on the peninsula complaining about the allocations, Rainham has nothing else left. It's had no improvement to its roads and cannot have improvement to its roads. So I feel quite bitter about this whole situation. I think you wanted to come in.
Chairman, thank you very much. Just wanted to come back on a couple of things, if I can. Firstly, in relation to drainage, and the Councillor Potter point in there, very happy to keep members updated on that. We think this is an acceptable scheme. So do the lead local flood authority. In terms of HGVs, as you quite rightly say, Councillor Potter, that will be covered in the construction environmental management plan. But you're right to say that we want to encourage the vehicles to go down Ottram Key Lane, and we need to make sure that that doesn't impact on school times. So that's a good point, and we'll take that forward when we're clearing the SEMP. In relation to the westernmost access through Bloomfields, this committee felt that was important to have that access through there. And the reason is that if vehicles want to go to the east, they will come out onto Lower Rainham Road, they'll go up Cottram Key Lane, or they'll go through Upchurch and they'll go on the A2 that way. If they want to go west and they want to go through to Gillingham or through the Medway Tunnel, they'll go onto the B2000, onto the Lower Rainham Road, and they'll go along there. However, if people want to go to Rainham Town Centre or to the railway station, this committee felt that they didn't want them driving off onto Lower Rainham Road, along to the Angel roundabout, and then up Station Road. So they felt that it would be better to have it go through Bakersfield. And that was a discussion that I took forward with McCulloch's of Bakersfield before anybody was occupying that development, as well as Peel, who were the previous owners of this site. But what we wanted to do was to avoid it becoming a fast rat run through Bakersfield. And that is why, as Councillor Potter says, the configuration of Bloomfields, of Bakersfield, is very much slowing down the traffic through there. Yes, the access will come through a parking court, but again, that will encourage vehicles to go slowly, which is exactly what we want for safe reasons. So we as officers and the highway officers feel that this is important to get this link, this vehicular, pedestrian, cycle link through to the west, through Broomfields, to accommodate those people going up Station Road to the station and to Rainham. In terms of the section 106 and splashes, understand Councillor Curry's point. It was something agreed as part of that original section 106. I'll make inquiries as to whether it's still required. And then in relation to the final point, 100% agree with everything that's said about that access to the east. From permeability, from safety, from all those reasons, I think it is desirable. And I know that Wendy and the highways officer have tried everything to be able to get that link through, but we've not been able to achieve it. Thank you, Chairman.
Right. I don't have anybody else who's indicated. No? Councillor Buckwell.
Madam Chairman, just before I propose a recommendation, I wonder if Mr Harris could just clarify. We're using the words here, resolution to approve, which looks somewhat unusual. I wonder if you could just constitutionally deal with that, and then I will make a proposal.
Chairman, thank you very much. Just to clarify, we're asking members to as Councillor Buckwell says, to resolve to approve. So we're not issuing a decision tomorrow morning. What we're saying is that you as a committee are happy to approve the application, but it's subject to that those ecological matters being dealt with satisfactorily and any additional conditions being imposed that relate to them. So that's, hopefully that explains that, Councillor Buckwell.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. If members are happy with that point, I therefore recommend to committee that we resolve to approve the application subject to the agreement of Section 73 application that's been referred to, and to conditions 1 to 10, and condition 10 appears in the supplementary agenda papers.
Chairman, sorry, can I come in? Because I appreciate that it was a very complex presentation. There's no need to resolve to approve subject to Section 73 because that relates to the drainage application. We're now satisfied that the drainage issues have been resolved. So the resolution to approve relates to the resolving the ecological aspects and imposing any additional conditions as necessary. As the Vice Chairman has said, the additional condition 10, which is on the supplementary. We also want 3 more additional conditions if we can, Vice Chairman. One is in relation to the point that Wendy was saying about that 2-storey design and changing it where it's on that western boundary where we want the roof lights changed from the rear to the front. Then we want a condition removing permitted development rights. And then we also want an additional condition which requires that westernmost access to be provided and brought into use prior to occupation of the 175th dwelling.
My proposal stands amended in accordance with Mr Harris's comments.
Is that seconded? Those in favour? Those to the
11,
contrary?
Chair. 2.
The application for the land south of the Lower Rainham Road is approved. We'll now have a 5-minute break. Right, colleagues, then this takes us on to agenda item 8, which is Cooling and Cow Marshes, located north of Cliff Village. My colleagues and myself have declared an interest, therefore we will leave.
Councillor, are you staying for this? Can I please request a chair for this section of the meeting, please? And can I have a seconder? Councillor Howcroft-Scott. Oh, thank you very much. Councillor Hubbard.
Thank you. Who's speaking? Right. If you'd care to introduce the killing fields.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Is that on? Could we...
Is this killing fields, no? Oh, it's cow marshes. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Thank you. So this application is at Cooling and Cow Marshes. Planning permission is being sought for a series of engineering works to restore wetland habitat for invertebrates and wader birds at the site. This application forms part of a habitat restoration project across the Greater Thames Estuary and proposes solutions for climate resilience. It's a project that the OSPB is working on with a number of partner organisations across 24 sites along the estuary. The sites here, you can see Cooling Marsh here. We've got the English Coast Path coming around here. High Houstow is here. And we've got Cliff, which is here. So Cooling Marsh is further north, Cow Marsh is closer to Cliff. Key issues to address in this project is that the surface pools are drying out, which deprives wader chicks of food and habitat for other species as well, and that the sites are lacking vegetation structure that best supports the needs of the breeding wader birds. In addition, when we're looking at this application, we need to be taking into consideration landscape matters, archaeology. We also have risks of unexploded ordnances. On this slide here, you can see that there's an access way coming up towards Cliff Marshes, which is it? Cooling Marshes, isn't it? That runs up the side of Cooling Castle. So for any works vehicles and so forth that needing to access for the excavations, they can access through this established farm pathway. What we have here is seeing some of the ecological interests of both of these sites and the landscape interests. Both sites are in the North Kent Marshes Special Landscape Area. They're within Cliff to Cliff Marshes character area in the Medway Landscape Character Plan. They're in an area of archaeological potential, and there's the unexploded ordnances risked from moderate from dropped bombs, World War II bombs. They are within or adjacent to the South Thames Estuary Marshes SSSI and the Thames Estuary Marshes Special Protection Area and Ramsar site. You're just having a look at aerial photographs here. You can see the field patterns that in part are intersected by ditches. This is just looking across at Corning Marshes, which is predominantly just grazed marshes. It's very, for the most part, it's fairly flat. It's fairly uniform in its vegetation. We've just got a few other vegetation bits and pieces here. There's some intersecting ditches, but there's little suitable habitat at the moment for breeding or overwintering waders. The proposal is, as you can see here, to build various pools. They're separating the drainage ditches from the existing land drainage across this area. So it will all be self-contained and isolated. It will retain the water within the various pools and the ditches that are proposed. You can see on the left-hand side of the slide various engineering operations. So there's bunding, there's digging of swales and of rills. There's a public right-of-way going across the site, so that's needed to be built up on a bund with some geotextile and some stone. The layout here has been revised from the plan that originally came forward because there are known areas of archaeology and they just needed to pull on some of the pools and so forth further away from the known archaeology. That's been done and there's a condition for a watching brief that's been agreed. This is looking at cow marshes. This is generally an enclosed field, just a single field enclosed by ditches. And this is the pattern that you can see here of the various ponds and so forth that they're looking to build into cow marsh. Again, these are just the generic, if you read them across the two plans. What they have also confirmed is that all of the excavations on the site, the soil and ground that's being excavated is going to be retained on the site. It's not being bought off and it's going to be used for creating the bunds. And in respect to the landscape matters, when you read through the special landscape area character and the character of the cliff marshes character, certainly the restoration of this habitat is the right approach and for these landscape areas, and it's re-establishing the type of landscape that is felt to be in line with policy. In terms of the unexploded ordinances, there's a condition, there's been a report done, it makes some suggestions for mitigation, so that has been tied by conditions. And I have just made a note here as well that condition 3 just needs to be updated because the plans that it's requiring, which is the ecological mitigation strategy and habitat establishment plan, those have been submitted. KCC Biodiversity, they've had a look at those and they've agreed. So that the wording of that just needs to be updated to reflect the agreed plans. Thank you.
Thank you. And not a single mention of Magwitch or Great Expectations. You did well. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, I'll be very brief. It's an area I know really well, having worked out here for many, many years, particularly over at Cliff in particular, as Dave will probably remember, but also around Egypt Bay. I've done a lot of work. The RSPB can be trusted to do a really good scheme here. They are very, very expert at what they're doing. There's no doubt this will improve the habitat for the birds in particular and will bring a great deal of biodiversity to the area. Sadly, the applicants will shoot a lot of it, which is a real shame. And at some point, the campaign to stop them shooting wild birds will be successful and we'll have a better world for it. But there you go. I approve the scheme nevertheless. Thank you.
Right, so we'll take a vote. Those in favour? Oh, sure, before we go anywhere, somebody needs to move it.
I'll move it then.
Seconded.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Hubbard, can you please move the recommendation first?
I'll move the recommendation to approve as per the report.
Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Stamp.
Those in favour?
4.
Against?
1.
Excellent. It's, item 8 has been approved. Yes.
So we move on to agenda item 9, which is land south of View Road Cliff. And in this instance, Councillor Etheridge would have been here to make a representation, which, with your approval, Mr. Harris will read. Is that agreed? Okay, thank you. Would you like to do the presentation?
Chairman, thank you very much. Some members will be very familiar with this site, having considered an outline application and 2 reserve matters on it, as you'll see in your planning history. This is an application, it's a detailed application, and it's for 26 one-bedroom and 24 two-bedroom units to comprise 50 retirement homes. Of those, 42 will be apartments and 8 will be bungalows. There will also be communal facilities, electric scooter store and management offices as well. So this is the application site here. You can see how it relates to Cliff Woods, and this is View Road coming round here. This is the B2000. So some views of the site. So this is looking, as you can see, from here into the site, just here. And then this is looking from the ancient woodland, from the SSSI, across to the site. So you can see Englefield Crescent here, and that western boundary down there. And then this is looking up View Road towards the site up here. And then just looking again from View Road in the opposite direction. So the application site is in here, and this is where the proposed access will be. And again, from View Road, looking across at where the site access will be. Another picture, this time from Englefield Crescent, looking down towards View Road. And you can see there the approximate extent of the site in the distance there. Longer distance view from Ham River Hill, looking across towards the site in the distance. This is the old cricket pitch. It's in there, no longer used. And then this is an aerial photograph of the site, which I think is very useful, because what it shows is the Esquire development, which has recently been approved in there, the application site in here, but then the existing development of Cliff Woods there, and that relationship to the SSSI and the ancient woodland. Now, members, planning history here, an outline application for 50 retirement units was allowed on appeal, subject to a section 106, which included a no pet policy. When I say no pet policy, it's no pets which can go outside the house. So people are allowed to keep goldfish, or would be allowed to keep goldfish or hamsters or guinea pigs or tortoises, but wouldn't be able to keep dogs or cats. Now that was approved, but that permission has now lapsed. However, before it lapsed, there were 2 reserve matters. There was a reserve matter in 2019, which was for 50 units on this site. And members, so this is the application here, 192836. And this application was refused, considered that the layout was too urban, dominated by roads and car parking, that the landscaping along the edges was considered to be inadequate, a lack of privacy, particularly for these units along here and here, because of this path which runs along there, and also no sustainable urban drainage systems. And that's what the bungalows and the apartments look like for that scheme. And then some CGI images of that, so you can see the racetrack and the car parking and the domination of the roads on that. So that was refused. Further application came in 2021 to seek some amendments to that. That also was refused regarding, again, that inner layout. We still had concerns on that, or members still had concerns on that. The landscape impact was still seen to be inadequate. Amenity in terms of that overlooking and loss of privacy, still not considered to be acceptable in relation to sustainable urban drainage, but also about there not being an appropriate buffer in relation to the site of special scientific interest. Both applications went to appeal, and the inspector dismissed the appeals. He was amazingly happy with the internal layout, but he dismissed the appeals due because he felt that the landscaping proposed was inadequate. he agreed that there was a loss of privacy from this perimeter path, which hadn't been particularly well addressed, considering these are bungalows in here. Also agreed that the lack of any sustainable urban drainage system was inappropriate, and he felt that this path network coming round here and the allotments proposed in here would be detrimental to the site of special scientific interest. And again, that was the layout proposed at that time. So that outline permission has now lapsed. Hence, this is not a reserve matters application. This is a detailed application. But a lot of discussions have been ongoing in terms of addressing those concerns that officers, members, and the inspector had. So they've come up with a scheme now which is effectively 3 apartment blocks in here. And by having apartment blocks, it enables them to be broken up with more spacing, and to get to more landscaping around the site. And then we have the bungalows through here. This area in here would be a landscaped area, similar to the Esquire development through here, where we've still got to agree the details of the landscaping, but it'll be landscaping which will discourage cats or humans even to go through here towards the triple SI. The footpath has been moved away from there as a result. These are bungalows through here, recognising that these are houses that surround the site. So trying to protect privacy and outlook for them. The racetrack has been removed and the car parking has been provided more in the middle here. Been pulled away from the boundary. So although we've still got this footpath which runs along here, the actual blocks are further away from it. They are apartments, so it enables them to have some landscaping in these areas here, which will stop that will help to protect that privacy issue. Then we will have allotments for the residents just in this area here. So it's a lot better in terms of landscaping, in terms of layout, in terms of car parking, in terms of relationship with the triple SI, in terms of movement around the site. The other thing that members need to be aware of in the report is that Cliff and Cliffwood's neighbourhood plan is a material consideration now, albeit of limited weight, because it's in the middle of its examination. We're awaiting the inspector's comments from that, and there will be a referendum early in the new year. But because they have deposited it, there's a draft plan, it has got some weight. However, it is a good plan, but it doesn't specify sites to be allocated or not allocated. And it supports the principles of previously developed land and quality development. But also the provision of specialist accommodation where it's needed for the village, in this case over 50s, which is this a specialist accommodation. The members will be aware of the Esquire development approved through here, and then the importance of this landscape buffer that I talked about coming through there, which is very important in terms of the ancient woodland, but also the triple SI. And it was part of that package of measures that members agreed to protect against cat predation in relation to that triple SI. The other thing the members need to be aware of is the biodiversity net gain improvements, and you'll see that's covered on page 155 of your report. Members, the final thing that you need to be aware of is about the objection from Natural England. Whilst they didn't object to the original outline application allowed on appeal, that was because of the no pet policy, which they felt was enforceable because these are leased homes, and therefore there's the management on site could help enforce that policy. So they were happy with that. However, being consistent with the stance taken on Esquire, and being consistent with the main concern relating to cats and not dogs, the recommendation here is that the section 106 only would cover the restriction on cats, and then the conditions about that no cat policy, about cat predation and so on. Now we're not so concerned in relation to dogs. One, because this is a close walking distance from the village centre. There are walks for that can go around the village. There are other open spaces in the village. The existing public footpaths through the SSI are already well used by existing residents and their dogs. There are more apartments in this development than in the original approval appeal, and by apartments there's less likely to be dogs. But also we've got condition 25, which is about giving residents an information pack which explains the importance of the SSI and the need that if you're walking through it with your dog, keep your dog on a lead. Not something you can do with cats. So we're comfortable in that. And members, the recommendation therefore is approval, subject to, we've got to notify, if members approve it, we've got to notify Natural England of the intention to approve and give them the opportunity to call it in should they wish to. The section 106, as set out there, in terms of traffic regulation order, 12 of the units being for discounted market value. And the reason, and that's good as well, you'll see the reference in the report to affordable homes, but the discount here is 25%, so it's better than a first home. So in that way, it's good. And then we've got the implementation of the ongoing management and monitoring of the no-cap policy, some financial contributions, and then the conditions as set out. Thank you, Chairman.
I think we need Councillor Etheridge's.
Oh, sorry, Chairman. Yes. Apologies, Chairman. You got the timer on? Okay. So here we are once again with you debating the merits of this scheme, whilst I, my fellow 2 ward councillors, the parish council, and more importantly the local residents, find it incredibly frustrating and appalling that this application is still being considered, even in its revised form. This amended proposal still contains 3-storey dwellings that will overlook residents in Englefield Crescent in close proximity, denying any hope of a buffer zone and ensuring privacy issues from this site, and of course a further threat to environmental conservation and climate change. With the other recent approval along View Road, this will mean 2 new entry and exit roads virtually opposite the nursery, creating further traffic congestion. When I and my fellow 2 ward councillors came before you previously, in regards to this application, we made it very clear, prior to the appeal, we find ourselves back here considering this application, which was previously refused. It was not wanted then, and it's not wanted now. Once again, this is a joint statement from the 3 of us. The designs are still unacceptable because of the size of the blocks and the proximity to neighbouring, just go through, there's some elevations there, there we go. Proximity to neighbouring homes, which I've already mentioned. There is still a lack of parking spaces for the development size, which would cause congestion and overspill parking on View Road. Whilst members may be content with this, I wish to take the opportunity to remind them all that local public services, such as buses, have seen their timetable drastically reduced, thus increasing the reliability, the reliability on private transport. Once again, I wish to re-emphasise the development proposed is out of character, with the area which has been raised by numerous residents with objections. And we requested then that the development needed to be completely redesigned, which we described as totally inappropriate. I stated very clearly then, something more sinister comes to mind when I look at this. Remember, even the applicant describes some of the proposed applications are blocks. Even Natural England has voiced its objections to this proposal, and a number of the KCC biodiversity surveys have not been completed and submitted. So members, what opportunities did the applicant have following the last refusal? Did the applicants actually review their application against the Kent Design Guide, which follows the format of design guidance that was set out in the National Design Guidance published in 2019? As members are fully aware, this is predominantly to set design guidance around 10 key characteristics that are there to help shape places and communities. The Kent Design Guide uses these characteristics for its own context across the county and enriches this further with case studies to highlight well-designed places. Did the applicants review those technical appendices that bring together and replace previous advice about the design, covering new initiatives such as home zones, sustainable urban drainage systems, and expanding on the role of public transport and conservation in new development customer service standards, which set our objectives and commitments to our residents. Did the applicants consider memorable and attractive new places that reinforce Kent's distinctive character and the residents who shape Kent and Medway through the delivery of high-quality architecture, public space and infrastructure to improve the quality of life for both visitors and residents? Did the applicants consider landscape transformation and climate change, delivering net zero carbon and ensuring sustainability in a historic setting? Members, you can see clearly for yourselves that they did not do any of these things. With the revised application before you, still proposing a 1950s Eastern European gulag camp that offers nothing to shape the community of Cliffwoods or enhance its unique characteristics. Even referring to an out-of-date local plan, this proposal exceeds the density proposed. Neither has any real considerations been given to a relevant realistic buffer zone, especially in relation to the nearby SSI area. I fully appreciate that storage is being proposed for mobility scooters, but members that know the area will know categorically, once they leave the site on their scooter, where do they intend to go? There is no direct access to the local shops, and they will be required to traverse quite a long and dangerous route to get there. Neither do I see too many of the residents using a push bike in order to negotiate the local area. Regardless or not, that some of our more senior residents may wish to move closer to families within this area, surely even they deserve our respect and involvement as a council to live in the most pleasant environment that we can approve for them. Finally, members, in relation to Section 106 payments, why do we have an allocation of funds for Strood Town Centre, which the majority of these residents will never visit? Therefore, I strongly urge you to refuse this proposal. If not that, defer, instructing the applicant to try again to provide an application that's fit for purpose that potentially has benefits for all. Councillors Etheridge, Mrs Turpin and Williams. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Right, members. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm speaking, I think, probably supporting the views of the local councillors on this. I mean, it's made clear at the start of your presentation, which thank you for that, that this is a difficult one to make a balance on. It's been through the mill a number of times, but I've got concerns which tip the balance for me to say that I would be objecting to this application. Looking at it purely from a sustainability point of view, I think the location for this is wrong. I don't think this is a sustainable site. It's too far from the town centre. The people needing town centre services will have to drive. As was stressed by the local councillors, the local public services are not, public transport services are not adequate. So there is a problem around that. The neighbourhood plan is a material consideration, although only minor. It's an extra added weight to my feelings about this. And then perhaps most strongly is that the expert people involved here, which are Natural England and Kent Biodiversity, KCC Biodiversity, have a problem with this and they're objecting. The conclusion on page 167 says that in a manner which delivers much needed homes for the elderly, and I think that's the wrong place for that, while safeguarding the environment and biodiversity. Well, Natural England don't agree with that, and I would actually take their view as carrying a great deal of weight in this. The pet policy is a well-researched, scientifically understood policy about the impact that particularly cats and dogs have on important wildlife sites, and that's what Natural England are concerned about. So as this accumulation of impacts here, I think I cannot support this application. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Trenton.
Thank you, Chair. I've like yourself, actually, followed this from the early days, when it started some years ago. And what I found really interesting was that the applicants already run a place in another part of the county, in Gravesend, which is actually an excellent facility. And I was kind of taken by the fact they have a lot of experience and they're putting their own money into this. This is not a developer going in and building something, selling it and moving on. It's their money and so on, which kind of, so they bought a lot of that experience, which I think to some extent worked against them in the initial applications because they had a clear idea about what they thought would work, but our planning officers had different views. Now, it did get outline planning permission, but then the details weren't quite right, and so this has been adjusted. And I've listened carefully to some of the issues and the problems, such as overlooking and so on. Well, overlooking, I mean, just be good to have clarification on that, but I don't overlooking is usually a matter of measurement and distance and angles and so on. I presume that officers have gone through that in some detail, so it would presumably that they're not an issue there. In terms of cats and so on, well, of course, the ridiculous thing here is we've got a whole village, literally the gardens buffering right up against this triple SI, so that to me, this is such an exceptional place. Having a few more homes here is irrelevant. There are already hundreds and hundreds of homes with no cat restraints whatsoever, to the best of my knowledge. They might well be discouraged from having cats, but I doubt if for most of them it makes any difference. So that particular green area is already having to cope with an urban population right next to it. So that doesn't hold any weight with me. In terms of traffic and so on, well, one of the lovely things about being retired is you tend to choose more carefully when you want to travel. So you're somewhat less likely to suddenly be whizzing out into the middle of rush hours and so on, because usually you're not going to work and following such a strict timetable. So I don't think they're going to have any impact on that. And in terms of their local amenity, whether it's suitable for old folk, well, that'll be their decision. They'll know they're presumably would be choosing to live in a sort of a semi-rural area here, maybe because they've got family nearby, or maybe that's their personal choice. We have many areas. Some people choose to live in the countryside, some choose to be close to the town. So again, I'm not persuaded by those concerns. And in terms of it being the wrong location, well, the location's already agreed. We've already had that agreed and accepted. The principle of a development such as this in this space. And to say now, when they've been, asked to not put, individual units around the outside, so they bring them into the middle and do the landscaping, and then to say, well, no, we don't like that either. I don't know quite where we're going to keep going with this. So I will because we desperately need housing of this type, and because of the location and everything else, I will be supporting the officer's recommendation in this instance. Thank you.
Councillor Hawcross-Scott.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I won't be supporting this, and that's because I'm probably in the autumn of my years, and I think that this kind of accommodation needs to promote independence. Clearly doesn't do that because there's no bus service, and also I would say that knowing Cliffwoods and the surrounding areas, there's been no investment in infrastructure, in healthcare, in any other community care that, us as ageing population people need. And also the biggest killer for senior citizens is loneliness. And if there's no public transport, you may move in at 55, but it's not going to be long before you're 75, 85 and 95. And also, I believe that pets promote well-being and can stop loneliness.
Councillor Buckwell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, I remember when the detail application came before committee, I opposed it. I think I described the design as being akin to the charm of military barracks. And frankly, there has been a change. We must give weight, I think, to the fact that on appeal, the principle of development of this site was endorsed by an inspector. The fact that we now have a fresh all-in application of detail does not take away from the fact that the principle was established on appeal, and we must give weight to that in my view. In terms of the actuality of the detail of the application, it is a retirement complex, and we have a number of these around our towns now. I welcome them. I think they are a very good sort of midway point for people. People will make the choice whether they want to go and live in Cliff Woods. There may be people already living in Cliff Woods who would wish to downsize or whatever and take advantage of staying in the locality with this sort of facility, which at the moment does not exist in Cliff Woods. So I think the principle of it having been established, the question is whether the detail which we rejected before has been adequately and sufficiently improved upon. And taking respectful note of officers' professional views, I think it comes together now appropriately, and for those reasons, I will be in support of this tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Hubbard.
Oops. Thank you. Yes, we have been round the round of this application in the past, and to me it is significantly changed from the previous one. One is, as Councillor Buckle said, it's been established that this is a appropriate site for development of this type. The previous proposal was frankly appalling, looked appalling. But what's significantly changed since is actually we have given permission to a squire, which is wrapped around the site. So the site is not now straight into looking onto green fields at all. I still feel it's not an ideal location for such a development. I think better links into the towns would be ideal. But I can appreciate that people, and I know people who live in Cliff Woods would probably want to move to something like this as a... actually, they're people not that old, by the way. They're supposed to be aimed at people like me, my age. Yeah. Yeah, and not ancient like yourself, Stuart. So, though I'm not particularly happy with the development where it is, I can appreciate that we have in a different place from where we were when we last considered it. So I'll be supporting the application.
I don't have anybody else who's indicated, but I would just reiterate what I said when the application came in the first place, that there's always this assumption that this is going to be people moving into the area. I've always subscribed to the view that there are probably people in the area who do want to downsize, as my colleague Councillor Buckwell has said. So I think this is a very worthy project. Councillor Buckwell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If I may just briefly add, and that is the more likely when you're in a rural village, as you've said. Colleagues, I move approval subject to the recommendations under A, notification to Natural England of our intention to approve. Section B, which is the 106 agreement as set out, and the conditions numbered 1 to 28, which appear within section C of the recommendation. So moved.
Is that seconded? Those in favour? Those to the contrary?
3.
The application for land south of View Road Cliff is approved. That takes us then to agenda item 10, which is Paccarda, I think, cement casting. Mr. Harris.
Chairman, thank you very much. This is an application for a warehouse building out near the container terminal out in the industrial area out at the Isle of Grain. So you can see the location of the site here. Here's the container terminal, they're the jetties that surround that. This is land owned by National Grid. So a little bit more detail in terms of the location of this. And then some photos of the site, and you can see the cement structures that they're manufacturing out there, and existing buildings that are already out there. Now, members, the reason it's come to committee is there are essentially two objections to this. One is in relation to dust, and the other is in relation to highways. Now, in relation to dust, we've had an independent review by an expert on this, and their conclusions are set out on page 175 of the report, right at the top there. In terms of, there are mainly no dust creating operations. It's about forming concrete products using moulds with wet concrete. The identified dust generating process would be the cleaning of the moulds when loose aggregates in the mould would be cleaned manually via scrapers and then swept up. This would take place once a day, and the identified dust produced is not in the form of a cement powder. Instead, it is of small amounts of aggregated cement dusts in residues of concrete. This dust would therefore be localised in larger fragments and would be unlikely to reach the National Grid grain LNG equipment. In relation to highways, understand where the parish council is coming from there, which is their concern is about the bridge from Lower Stoke and its maintenance. What I would say in that, as members can see in the report, is that the applicants, because they've got this this contract to use for cement mouldings for the HS2, that enables them to use the rail, which in relation to this contract will enable them to greatly reduce the amount of HGV traffic on the road. In addition to that, because of that proximity to the terminals, a lot of the raw materials already come in by river as well. On car parking, they're looking to utilise their existing car park area, but because they're going to be having 40 extra employees on 2 shifts over a 24-hour operation, they'll be running staff minibuses and encouraging car shares as well. And on those basis, Chairman, we're looking to recommend approval to the application, subject to the conditions as set out. Thank you.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of technical questions, if I may. One is in relation to the National Grid objection. Are they continuing to object to this?
The worry, it's a good question, Councillor Curry. We had this similar case with an application on an adjoining site where they understandably and rightly raised the issue about concerns about dust. We had this independent expert look at that, and that enabled us to grant approval there, and that hasn't caused dust concerns. And I think similarly here, National Grid have raised those concerns. I think they want us to independently check and verify, which is what we've done. They haven't commented further, but as I said, we have had that independent check by an expert.
Thank you, that's really helpful. And just one other thing, on page 176 at the very top of the page is mention of ground gas on site, and I just didn't know what that was. I'm just curious as to what that means. Elevated levels of ground gas exist on site. Thank you.
You're really testing me today, Simon. Yes, and I would be lying if I knew the answer to that one, Simon. All I can, sorry, Councillor Curry. All I can say is that again, our experts, the internal experts, have assessed this and are comfortable with the conditions imposed. But I can't answer in any. Yeah.
Councillor Tranter.
I was just going to say, I think it's asphyxiating gas which is heavier than air.
So I move to the Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, I draw to members' attention that with respect to suggested condition 6, there is at line 3 thereof a month amendment from August to October. But that said, I move the recommendations which are the recommendation which is subject to conditions 1 to 9 being applied. So moved.
Seconded. Those in favour?
14, Chair.
Thank you. The application for Pacada Cement is approved. We then move to agenda item 11 and 12, where there will be one presentation because the sites are coterminous with each other, but there will be a separate vote on the issues. Mr. Harris.
Chairman, can I just ask, and my apologies, Councillor Williams did want to come and talk today, but he's not very well, so he sent me his comments. Are you happy for me to read those out afterwards?
On this one?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you, Chairman. I'll do the presentation first, yeah. Chairman, I'm going, as you quite rightly say, I'm going to do two presentations because they are linked, and the concerns that we have with them are essentially the same for both. Councillor Hubbard mentioned the Esquire development at View Road just now, and when members consider that application, I mean in particular the impact it would have on the Triple SI and the mitigation measures proposed, I was asked specifically a question whether that was going to set a precedent. And I said no, and I said it was specific to that site, it's specific to that proposal, and that package of mitigation in relation to, as I said, that site and the Triple SI, and that any further applications would be treated on their merits, depending on the package of mitigation and their proximity to the Triple SI, and which leads us on to these two applications. So the first one is in relation to these agricultural buildings just in here, or former agricultural buildings. They've been most recently used for storage. Because they've not been, they're not in agricultural use anymore, they're used for storage. This is now previously developed land. And what this application is for the demolition of those structures and the erection of 9 residential dwellings, formalising the existing access from Lodge Hill Lane. This is Lodge Hill Lane here. And the provision of associated car parking, hard-standing, landscaping, etc. Now, on site, you've got the old farmhouse, which is here. There is a barn here which was converted back in 2003 into 2 units, and then there are 2 houses in here which were built in 1988. So this is the access going up to the site from Lodge Hill Lane. And then looking into the site, just here are the existing buildings that are there. And that's the access to that the converted barn, which has been converted into 2 units just there. So again, some views of into the site. And then a variety of views here. So that's Lodge Hill Lane, and that's the access into the site here. B is the site where we got the self-build proposal. I'll come on to that in a minute. C is looking towards the buildings which are proposed to be demolished. D here is looking at the area for the self-build, and D and E are looking at the former agricultural buildings which are proposed to be demolished. So this is the layout of the site, is shown here. Now members will be to give you an idea of the design that the applicants were aiming for. These are the applicants who built the development out at Manor Farm, out at Cliff. That was a little bit more barn conversion style design than this. But this design is still trying to reflect the rural vernacular of the area. So we're comfortable in design times. We're also comfortable, sorry for flicking around, Chairman, we're also comfortable in terms of its landscape impact and the fact that it's previous developed land as well. And they've tried to keep the buildings along the footprint. You can just see these dotted lines here. So they've tried to follow the footprint of the existing buildings and not go outside of those. Now, in relation to the second application, which is this adjacent site, so the site we're just looking at is this one here. This is an application for self-build. It's an outline application with some matters reserved. So appearance, landscape, layout and scale is reserved. but means of access is proposed. So this is the application site here. And again, you'll see those photographs of the access to it, the adjacent buildings, and then looking into the site just in here. And then looking back towards the site just in there. And you can see where the arrows are looking at that. And then within the site. So it's a bit more open than the previous developed land one. And this is the proposal. So in terms of self-build, there are fixed plots, one fixed plot there, fixed plot here. That's a fixed plot, and that's a fixed plot. The middle ones, and this is why it's 8 to 12 units, the middle ones here could either be 2 units, or they could be a single unit. So it's giving some flexibility for whoever may want to do some self-build. And the applicants are coming up with quite a unique way of dealing with self-build. They will be providing the access and the services into the site. And then in terms of, I don't understand the full details, members have had a presentation on it, but in terms of the financing, it will enable those who wish to do a self-build on to be able to be more likely to afford it. So we're very supportive of the principle of self-build, and the principle self-build in terms of Medway, and we have a need for self-build, as members know from the appeal decision on the Lower Rainham Road. They're also looking at providing some meadow and some woodland planting in here. However, members, the determining issue here is the proximity to the site of special scientific interest, and that is immediately adjacent to the site just through here. So that's all site of special scientific interest. This is all a site of special scientific interest as well, specifically for nightingales. There was a survey in 2012 which showed nightingales likely to be in relatively close proximity to this site. I understand that Homes England have done a more recent survey, but they have not made that publicly available, so we haven't been able to see it. The applicants haven't been able to see it either, so we can have no reliance on that. The applicants have put forward some mitigation, no cap policy, some cap-proof fencing. The issue here, though, is that the package of mitigation is far less than that was considered at View Road. At View Road, they had another 400 metres of land in their control where they could ensure that they could do a nightingale survey and demonstrate that there was no nightingales. They could also do a maintenance of that land so it looked nice but was not attractive to nightingales. They also had more land where they could, on the application site, where they could provide planting which would restrict cap movement and people movement as well. And then they had the ability to put cap-proof fencing up as well. Here we've just got cap-proof fencing and a no-cap policy. I'm not comfortable myself in the reliance on a no-cap policy because that's in isolation, that's very difficult to enforce. Which just leaves us with cap-proof fencing. And I'm not convinced that that's satisfactory here. What I have done, though, is to get an independent ecologist to look at this. So Natural England, as you'll see, have strongly objected to these two applications. I've got an independent ecologist, the same one that looked at View Road. Their conclusions are that it's very likely. Sorry, yes, my apologies. Sorry, that the mitigation would reduce rather than mitigate, so it wouldn't stop the issue regarding cat predation and the impact on nightingales. In addition to that, if monitoring then showed that the mitigation wasn't having the desired effect, there's nothing else the applicants can do. They're putting forward everything that's proposal, and then it would be, or possible, and then it would be too late to do anything further. So we feel, and our ecologist feels, there is a demonstrable harm to the site of special scientific interest, and therefore, in these instances, we're recommending both applications for refusal in terms of that impact, Chairman.
Members, we're debating the proposal. Sorry? Oh, yes, apologies. Members, do you agree to this being read? Yeah.
Sorry, Robbie, I know you're fed up with my voice. Apologies. I'll try and do this. Councillor Williams has written 2 letters, but I'll see if I can deal with them as much as I can as one. He says, and I've picked up the wrong ones, Chairman. My apologies. Right. I feel that this development, this is the application for the previous development land, will be out of character with other houses in close area being detached dwellings and nicely spaced and in a rural setting. The area would feel like it's been turned into another housing estate and will cause loss of amenity for the current residents. I totally agree with Natural England, Kent Wildlife Trust and the RSPB's objection to this application that the proposed development will have a negative impact on Chatham Woods and Lodge Hill's site of special scientific interest, in contravention of the paragraphs in the MPPF, and which is likely to have an adverse effect on the SSI, either individually or in combination with other developments. The proposed development sites are directly adjacent to Chatham Woods and Lodge Hill's SSI. The sites share the northern boundary of the SSI and is separated from that to the west by Lodge Hill Lane. Consenting this development, not only being within 400 metres of the SSI, but directly adjacent to its boundary, would set a dangerous precedent for development being brought forward on the Hoe Peninsula. It would have an impact on the local wildlife, nightingales, rare bats, rare butterflies and moths, great crested newts and woodpeckers, to name a few. They must be protected. I also feel it is against the government strategy in the DEFRA document Biodiversity 2020, a strategy for England's wildlife and ecosystems. I would also like to bring to your attention the Medway Schlar report dated 2019, page 66, site reference 802 Chatham Farm Lodge, which is excluded for reasons being unsuitable due to isolation to services and facilities and impact on landscape and heritage. This application also doesn't comply with policies BNE 35 and 37 of the Medway Local Plan. It is also noted that Hoe Parish Council lodged an objection to this application. There is a high-pressure gas main that runs through the site, which is of some concern. Due to the rural location, reliance on the car would be higher than in an urban location. Residents would have to travel quite a distance to access any amenities, such as doctors, schools, supermarkets and leisure activities. Local schools and doctors are already oversubscribed. The area is popular with walkers, with children out enjoying the countryside with their parents, and extra traffic on these rural roads could be of danger to them. I feel the small access road to the site is inadequate for any more traffic, which could be increased by up to 50 more cars. Totally unsuitable for construction traffic. More traffic would put pressure on Lodge Hill Lane and Chatham Lane, being very narrow, which also has a lack of street lighting at the top end. It is also unsuitable for construction traffic and adding even more traffic on the A228 and 4 Elms Hill, which I will remind you is an air quality management area already under pressure from extra traffic. I feel this development would be detrimental to the area, loss of amenity to existing residents, a danger to wildlife and the local SSI, and is totally unsustainable. And I would agree with the officer's recommendation. Just seeing if there's anything different said in relation to his objections and comments on the self-build. Development out of character, new housing estates. Self-builds are known to have more impact on current residents than standard house building, with building work usually taking years rather than months. Different contractors on site, heavy construction traffic would need to use a track on a constant basis, which would cause unacceptable levels of noise and pollution with severe disturbance to all the residents of Chatham Farm. And then the remainder is the same as I've already read out, Chairman. The only other thing I'd like to bring attention to is on the supplementary agenda advice. On the first application for the previous development land, 38 additional representations received. Parish Councillor Michael Pearce has submitted additional representation. Development would be damaging to the SSI. Site is outside of the SSI, but it's in the centre of the sensitive zones of the site. The development of this site was set a damaging precedent for all wildlife sites across the country. And then in relation to the self-build, 33 additional representations received, raising objections, and Parish Councillor Michael Pearce has raised the same objections to that scheme. Thank you, Chairman.
Members, we're debating agenda item 11, which is the previously developed land. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting the recommendations to refuse. However, you will note, or many of you perhaps would have seen through you, Chair, that on Lodge Hill Lane there is the carefree cattery. Now, I presume because they don't let the cats, they don't let the cats out, that's not an issue because they won't then go into the SSI area. Although Robbie looked up the word in here, and it says that the cats enjoy looking at different variety of birds and all what have you. Yeah. So is there also concern that the birds land in the cattery and then get predated that way? So I can see this going to appeal, and I can see the legal team for the applicants having a good look at that cattery.
Councillor Tranter.
Thank you, Chair. My goodness, this is a hard one. I'm one of those that love the Peninsula area. In fact, only a couple of weeks ago, I was out there at Cliff Pools, admiring the birds, walking and so on and so forth, and thought it was fabulous, took photographs and what have you, like a lot of other people. Beautiful. And there's so many areas around there where we're really blessed to have such a lot of birds. This evening we were talking about an application just on the edge of my ward where £100,000, as and when eventually I imagine it's approved, will go to bird mitigation. And we're giving vast sums of money to that, and probably quite rightly so. Why not? But at the same time I was thinking, but not one penny goes to the local community. What a strange world we're living in now. This development is low density. So for me, and it's very rural, very low density, of course, but just a handful of properties, South Build. What a beautiful spot to live, no doubt about that. So sustainability doesn't come into it for me because they are rural homes, and I'm afraid that's what it is. If we were building a small estate there, then it might be different. Now, I'm thinking hard about this cats policy. And as I understand the reports, there might be some nightingales nearby. We don't know for sure. There might be. And there'll be a no cats policy in the properties. So, but there might be a cat. And the cat might get through whatever mitigating stuff they put in place. I can't possibly assess how effective that is. Let's assume it's not that effective, but it might get through. And I just think I'm really struggling to agree with the officer's recommendations, I'm afraid, even though as much as I've started this by saying how much I love the birds and the countryside and everything else, I just think it's getting crazy because I just feel that there's more homes in a lovely location that we're not going to be allowed to build based on what seems to me to be an incredibly low risk. And not long ago, the army was occupying that area, and it was completely different. So, I will not be supporting the officer's recommendation, even though I have the deepest respect and understanding for why that recommendation was put forward. But I've just, on this particular occasion, I just feel that Natural England, I realise this is their job, but I think they've gone too far. Thank you.
I don't have anybody else who's indicated. I have a lot of sympathy with what Councillor Tranter has just said, but Natural England do have draconian powers, and therefore my view would be that it would be called in anyway, but I will move to the Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, I move the recommendation of refusal, the particulars thereof being as set out in points 1 and 2. So moved.
Is that seconded? Seconded. Those in favour?
Ten, Chair.
Those to the contrary?
4.
Okay. The application land north of 2 farm cottages is refused. I now take you to the debate on agenda item 12, which is the balance of the site. Is there anything that colleagues wish to say further on this one? Or shall we move straight to the vote? Okay, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Colleagues, I move the recommendation of refusal for this application as well, on the basis of the points set out in paragraph numbered 1. So moved.
Is that seconded? Thank you. Those who support that recommendation?
Eleven, Chair.
Those to the contrary?
3.
The application for land off of Lodge Hill Lane, Chatham Dean, is refused. That takes us then to agenda item 13, which is land east of Rainham Pumping Station, and I think that's you, Wendy.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, this application is for the construction of 2 detached houses with parking, access and landscape works. I would bring to your attention firstly that the access to the site, which the application site is here, you can see a triangular piece of land just outside the site between the road and the red line of the application site. It had been thought by the case officer that that was highway verge, but in fact it's become apparent now that that isn't actually highway verge. That land belongs to Southern Water, and as such the application red line should have been extended to include that triangular piece of land. So we have the recommendation here currently for approval subject to conditions. That needs to be changed, please, amended to be resolution to approve. But then it needs to be subject to the red line being extended to include that triangle. The certificate B, because that belongs to a third party, a certificate B notice needs to be served on the owner of the land, and as the local authority we will also need to reconsult with the new site plan to Southern Water. And I'll come on to conditions in a while as well. We'll see how it links through. But looking at the application site, this is an application, again, Lower Rainham Road. We have Motney Hill Way here. West Motney Way West Motney Way and Motney Hill Road is here. We have a water pumping station to the west of the application site. We have a small electricity substation to the right. And we're in the vicinity of these various houses, but the site itself does fall outside of any settlement boundary. We have Averley Court, which is a new development, has been built to the north of the site. We have a new replacement house here that's got a 1.5-storey garage. I think this is here. And this, if you're thinking of Lower Rainham Road, this is where we have got the traffic chicane there at the moment as well. The site at the moment, they haven't declared any particular use, but it's an overgrown green field site, so it's naturally regenerated. There's various trees, vegetation, and so forth on the site. We've also got, related to the pumping station, a main sewer running diagonally across the site. That's got an easement related to that. In respect to the supporting documents, we've had tree survey, arboricultural report submitted, and an ecology survey that was a little bit short in terms of the length that it that it ran, particularly with respect to reptiles, but controls and requirements have been reflected in the conditions for those matters. So looking towards the east, we've got the application site on the left here, and this is the access point with the triangle of land. You can see a little bit more clearly here. So we've got the access to the Severn Water site here, and the access to the proposed site is within sort of the vision display there. You can just see here we've got some wire net fencing. That's the existing boundary fencing for the site. At the front there's various vegetation, and clearly there's various trees and so forth as well along that frontage. If we're looking back the other way, just for orientation, I've just marked the white building here because it'll be on plans later. You can see the chicane where we have the traffic queuing there. And again, this is just the frontage of the site and so forth. You can see the front boundary treatment at the moment. Residential properties on one side and the resettlement also on this side here. So going round to the rear of the site, we have the new dwellings in Averley Court to the north of the site. These are 3 large dwellings of a contemporary design in the sort of a courtyard, farmyard layout there. Look, this is from inside the application site, and just looking over the boundary fencing, boundary treatment to, there you can see the 2 of the houses closest to the site. So this application proposes 2 dwellings in a design that, sorry, I should have said as well, this is a resubmission. An application for 2 houses on this site was refused earlier on during the year, so this is a resubmission, redesign, just come back in again for 2 houses. The front house is in 2 parts, and it's got a 2-storey linked glazed feature between. You can see the rear property there. This is the easement in blue, and you can see the retention of some of the trees, and all of the trees and vegetation along the front being indicated here. Probably more usefully is the difference between the dwellings that were considered a few months ago and the dwellings here. Various differences, significant differences you can see here between the 2. In the previous application, the front of this house was orientated this way, looking north. The rear of the house was, and the rear and the amenity garden were fronting or backing onto Lower Rainham Road. In the redesign, this has been changed around, so there's a better addressing to the to Lower Rainham Road with the design we have now. We've also got the garden relocated to the north and the parking brought down to the southern side of the house, and what that's doing is it's protecting more of the vegetation and the trees along the frontage to keep that rural character more likely to be retained along Lower Rainham Road. Clearly, if you've got your garden, you're not going to want a bit of wire mesh fencing. You're going to want it properly enclosed. That would mean you'd need to take down the fencing that was there, a lot of the vegetation, and likely some of the trees. You'd then also be in the situation that with large trees overshadowing your garden, those would likely be reduced or removed as well. We then have the size, the footprint of the dwellings have been reduced. The dwelling, particularly to the north, has been reduced and has been pulled away from Averley Court to the north. It's also now proposing smaller trees. Clearly, ecologically, there needs to be a biodiversity gain. On the site, it's quite a vegetated site, so there is a lot of planting looking to be replaced or retained. By introducing smaller trees rather than the larger trees, then we've not got the situation of larger trees overshadowing what is quite a short garden for Averley Court. This is 8 metres in depth. So having a little look at the design of the houses, this front property, this is the elevation to the street, to the Lower Rainham Road. You can see that it's bringing in a little more interest, and in terms of the scale design, it's going to sit better in the streets. We've got some slides at the moment, streets in slides. In terms of the materials, it is looking at contemporary. So we've got grey brickwork, weatherboard, white renders, zinc cladding for the projections and protrusions like the bays, grey window frame, slate tiles. You can see the previous proposal, what is replacing there. And looking at the northern site, you can see the difference between the two more markedly with the reduction in the scale. And then again, we've got the contemporary design and the materials. Both of the dwellings are also lower than they were under the previous scheme. So where we've got that white house here, this is the Lower Rainham Road. So electricity substation. These are the existing houses with that 1.5 storey garage. So this is how the that frontage house with the dual pitches would be sitting within the street scene. And that's more comfortable than it was previously, and you can see that that works well. And when we're coming around to West Motney Way, we've got the large Averley Court properties here, and again you can see that we've almost got a stepping down, and the stepping down again to the existing houses on this side of the street. So in terms of scale, in terms of design, these are felt to be far more appropriate than the previous proposal. You can see here as well that looking at the overshadowing, which was part of the concern of the previous proposal, particularly for this unit here being much closer, being higher and with large trees, the impact that would have been for this property here. So this is midday 21st of March, which is the midpoint between the worst situation in the winter and the best situation in the summer as such. So you can see that isn't going to be overbearing in terms of the daylight, and there will always be daylight in the gardens adjacent. There are just two matters we need to address in terms of conditions, as well as that resolution to approve subject to what I've said with the red line and the access. In condition 12, which is to do with electric vehicle charging points, it refers to 3 charging points being required. Clearly there's 2 houses, it's 1 each, that should be 2, so that just needs amending. And in respect to the access, although we might be increasing the red line, there is no proposal, it's just a bit of grass. There's no proposal for surfacing drainage or if the curb needs extending. So we need a condition to have the details of that, and clearly we will need to be consulting Highways and Southern Water when that's received. There were no Highways concerns raised, fundamentally with respect to the access into that chicane area, which is slow moving. It is 2 houses. There will be a limited amount of additional traffic. It wasn't considered to meet the standard of being dangerous and having a significant impact on highway safety. Vision lines the sight lines were provided in the package of drawings. So subject to the resolution to approve and those condition changes, it's recommended for approval. Thank you.
Have Councillor Buckler.
Madam Chairman, I thank Wendy for the presentation, but I have concerns about the presentation. We have a supplementary agenda advice that should, in writing, give to members suggested changes with respect to recommendations that are on the papers. Unless I've missed it, I see nothing on the supplementary agenda advice about this item. I may have misheard, but I think at the very beginning of your presentation, you quite quickly, I think, made reference to some changes from what is in front of us, and you've just ended by referring to amendments to conditions. With all due respect, I don't think it's acceptable that that should be done during a presentation. The very point of us and I appreciate this was not an application you processed, it was Amanda Barnes, and the ward name is wrong, it's Rainham North, not Gillingham North, but maybe Mr. Harris would want to comment. I don't think it's acceptable that we have changes of detail about which there is not a single word on the supplementary agenda advice. That updates us on people objecting, all of that. But if we're having fundamental changes to wording of conditions and so on, I really think we should have that in writing.
Chairman. No, Chairman, thank you. I think they're very valid points that the Vice Chairman makes. The reason it hasn't happened in the past is that we were producing the supplementary agenda advice effectively on the day of committee and circulating it there. Members quite rightly were saying that you were being given a lot of information on the day of the committee, and we again were having to do a lot of work on the day of committee to get to finalise that. So we brought forward the closing time for reps, which meant that the supplementary agenda advice could be produced the weekend before the committee. I think in this instance, what has happened is that for whatever reason, the case officer, the manager, didn't pick up the points that Wendy's done in time for the supplementary, and it was only when Wendy was preparing for the presentation just a couple of days ago that she picked up these issues, so it's a credit to Wendy. What I should probably have done there, Vice Chairman, is I should have said that these are fundamental changes and pulled the application. So my apologies to this committee.
Forgive me, Madam Chair, if I may just... I'm not clear on what these changes are. I'm sorry, I'm not clear what these changes are.
No, and you're right, Vice Chairman. I think in light of what you're saying, I think we should be deferring this application.
I've got hands going up in all directions. I had Councillor Potter first, and then I had Councillor Potter. If this is to be deferred, do you wish to take part in this debate?
Well, I would only like to say that I do have considerable highways concerns.
I think members all have some issues with this, but if it's going to be deferred, do you really want to debate it now?
Well, I was going to propose a site meeting, so if we were to defer it, members would have the opportunity to see the shuttle work in all its glory, or lack of.
Well, you'll have to be there at 9 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
It's a tropical -1 in Rainham at the moment.
Councillor Potter, Councillor Hubbard, Councillor Curry.
Yeah, just to, when we did have the changes was it 4 working days or 5 working days, whatever you felt, I immediately realised that we were going to have more items pulled from the agenda just prior to that, a meeting happening because of that. So I don't have a problem with the items being pulled because something's come to light in that intervening period. Remember, it was essentially to have when we had large amounts of documentation in from external sources, that meant we went for the 4 to 5 working days. So yeah, it's a problem we've created to get around another problem.
We learn all the time. Councillor Curry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just in addition to that, on page 271, the officer's report describes the unsatisfactory situation regarding reptile surveys and such like that's not happened properly. So perhaps deferring gives an opportunity for that piece of work to be done appropriately as well. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Would you like to move deferral? I would suggest that members take a look at the site. You do not need a site visit. You only have to go there at peak times.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, colleagues, and yes, for the reasons indicated, I move deferral of this. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. The next item is a deferred item, that's 254 Maidstone Road. So that takes us then, I think, to the access to the east of Dockside outlets. And that's Mr. Harris.
Chairman, thank you very much. Members very familiar with this site. You've got the skeleton building just here. You've got Dockside outlet just here. This is the road which leads over to St Mary's Island. So you've got the basins here, basins there, you've got the ship and trades just there. So this is an application for reconfiguration of existing hard and soft landscaping to provide surface car parking for approximately 43 cars, including 8 electric vehicle charging bays in this area here. So there are already approvals in here which have been implemented, but they want to change it and to increase that. So you can see some car parking already in there, and this is the area that they wish to change into car parking. The blue here is the cycle path. The red is the public footpath coming around here, and you can see that planting in between the two. So this is the access to Dockhead Road, and then the access into that servicing area just in there. And then you can see the condition of the site at the present moment in time as they've started the work already on the previous permission. And then this is the approved layout in there, and then this is the proposed layout coming through here. Access through there. The barrier for the servicing will be moved to this point down here. Looking to deliver the 8 electric vehicles, which wasn't previously included in this scheme. It does have an impact on limited areas of landscaping because it's removing landscaping. There is approximately a metre through here where we could get a hedge of some kind in there, hence the conditions that recommended. And then you can see the difference in levels there and the potential for some form of hedge which will separate the site from the cycle path. Recommending approval, Chairman, subject to the conditions as set out. Thank you.
For whose benefit is this parking area being created? Just interested to know.
Chairman, it's to do with a number of things, but it is partly to help with the bringing forward the machine shop 8 and getting a car parking in to serve the uses there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lamas.
Just very quick, just so I'm clear, is the outer rim of the hedging that's already there still going to remain, or are you going right to the edge of the road?
So yeah, so you've still got the Maritime Way here. That's the public footpath there. This planting is maintained by Chatham Maritime Trust through there. Then you've got the cycleway, which goes through here. Then the landscaping which currently exists in here, which in the application site will be removed. You'll have a little retaining wall there, and then there's about a metre where we're looking to get the hedge, and that's the cycleway just there.
Thanks.
Okay. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, I move approval with the conditions set out at 1 to 7. So moved.
Is that seconded? Those in favour?
Chair.
The application for the access road to the east of Dockside is approved. Agenda item 16 is another deferred application. That then takes us to the housing delivery test. I know the hour is late, but it is going to be taken because it was deferred from the last meeting. Mr. Harris.
Chairman, thank you. As you say, it's been a long evening for members, and I think you were saying to me, if it was late, that the later performance report and appeals would be deferred to a later meeting. So we're just reporting now on the housing delivery test action plan. Members, you are very familiar with this. This is the third time we've had to do one of these. Housing delivery test. That's where we're comparing delivery of housing against our need, and our need identified through using the standard methodology, which is quite high. If we don't get to within 95% of our need, we've got to do an action plan. If we get less than 85%, we've got a 20% buffer, which I think I was talking to Councillor Buckwell the other day. It's one of it bemuses me if you can't make a target then you have your target raised. So if you can't reach the lower target, how are you ever going to reach the high target? I don't quite understand that. And I think I used the analogy for Councillor Buckwell. If I'm trying to run a 4-minute mile and I fail, they then tell me I've got to run a mile and 100 metres in 4 minutes. It just doesn't make any sense to me, but maybe that's me. Then if we're under 75%, then we've got this presumption in favour of sustainable development applied to us. In addition to that, if we don't have a 5-year housing land supply, again calculated in relation to our delivery and the standard methodology, we've got this presumption. So we're improving year on year on year, but we're still only at 67%, and that's despite 3 bumper years of housing delivery for Medway. I was at a meeting of the CELEP housing group just a week ago, where for the year 21-22, CELEP was saying that there had been a 10% increase on the previous year in terms of housing delivery, and that Kent and Medway was a 7% increase. But actually Medway saw the second highest delivery in that CELEP area in terms of number of properties delivered, which is all great, but we're still nowhere near that housing need figure. So according to that, we're still not granting enough permissions. Brownfields, we're still encouraged to go to brownfield sites first, as members have discussed tonight, but that takes time. We have a Medway Development Company building as well. So what does presumption mean to us? And members debate this all the time. I think the simple analogy I would use there, it's like me going into a public, to take a football analogy as we're in the World Cup, it's like me going into this... We're out. Yeah. The world is in the World Cup, yeah. It's like me, if we take a public inquiry as a football match, it's like me going into that match already 1-0 down. So I've got to score an equaliser and a winner. So it makes it a lot more difficult for us on that. But what is the action plan actually about? The action plan is about what are we doing as an authority in terms of engaging with developers to try and increase delivery. It does not mean, and I stress it does not mean that we should be approving everything. Otherwise, what's the point of this committee and the very good debates that we've had tonight? So what things are we doing? I'm upskilling my planners. Where there is a definite difficulty in recruiting experienced planners nationally at the moment. There's a shortage of planners coming out of university. So what I'm trying to do is to use the apprenticeship levy to train up my staff, to get them more experience, to give them the tools necessary so that the likes of Wendy can come along and talk to you and present to you and deal with developers as well. It's about planning performance agreements where we agree a time frame for processing planning applications and an engagement with developers. Planning performance agreements do not guarantee a favourable decision, though. What they guarantee is that engagement and that communication. They pay a fee for that. That fee I use to increase the resources in the team. You know that I was part of setting up the SME forum, which I think is really good and very useful. We have an empty homes officer to try and bring those forward as well now. We've got the planning protocol which all councils in Kent and Medway have signed up to with developers to say, if you do this, we'll do that. It's about engagement, it's about commitment, it's about communication particularly. It's also about thinking through planning conditions. Too often in the past, officers generally have gone, and I'm not just talking specifically about Medway, generally have come up with a scheme, well, I've got this proposal, what conditions can I impose there? They've got a book of conditions, they've got to have one of those or one of those, but like Chinese takeaway. We must stop doing that and only imposing conditions which are necessary. And that will enable developers to clear those conditions and get on and build. Pre-application engagement. We not only want to see delivery, we want to see high quality development as well. So that pre-application engagement is so important, and that pre-application engagement with members as well is very, very important. So So you're able to see schemes early, you're able to give your comments and views early, and then hopefully developers will take those on board. So the presentations are important in relation to that. I've also got an implementation officer to try and take forward stalled sites. Not many of those in Medway, certainly no large sites, there's no land banking in Medway, but there's some of the smaller, more difficult sites have stalled, so how can we take them forward? We also have an annual... Sorry? We also have an annual developers forum, an annual agents meeting where we talk to them about issues coming forward, climate change, biodiversity net gain, how we can work together to deal with those issues, but also deal with their questions that they've got in relation to planning and changes. And then Councillor Curry will be aware we recently have a meeting with volume house builders and SMEs regarding climate change and energy efficiency and what we would like to see there. And then in the new year, representatives of this committee will be meeting with volume house builders and SMEs to talk about planning issues and about what issues they're facing and what issues we're facing as well, and how they can help us to help them on appropriate sites. So that's what the action plan is about, and it is helping. The last 3 years have been really good. The thing I've been asked in the recent week though, is in relation to Mr. Gove and his announcements last week, and what changes that will bring. I think I'm still waiting to get the detail on that. Certainly what Mr. Gove said created an expectation in MPs, an expectation in councillors, not just here, but around the southeast, and an expectation in the public that housing figures would go down. I have to say that my view is I'm not so convinced, and that's what he said, because he said that he sorry, Stephen. he said that the standard methodology was advisory. Well, it is to a degree already, or was to a degree already. It was always a starting point in terms of the housing need, and it was only if you showed you couldn't meet it that you could go for a lower figure. So what does advisory actually mean, and what is he saying would potentially reduce those housing needs? I think there'll be some strengthening of Greenbelt, and there'll be strengthening of areas of outstanding natural beauty, but we haven't got a lot of that in Medway. So I think we need to not hold our breath for too long, but let's wait and see the details when they come out, and obviously we can discuss this as a group then. Is that helpful, Chairman? Thank you.
Just quickly, thank you, Dave. I struggle with all of this really because earlier this week I was reading the Authority Monitoring Report, which is I recommend everybody to read. It's a very interesting document about Medway and different things. It goes from childhood obesity, adult obesity, house building, etc., populations. So it's a very good document. And I recall from that our population only went up by 650 last year. We had a net migration of minus 449 or something. So why do we need all these houses? Because we haven't got the people to fit in them. I mean, how can we be told one thing and say that 450 people, that's including babies and all sorts of things, and actually people are leaving Medway. So I don't understand why we're being pressurised, and what more can we do to lobby MPs, etc.
Chairman, that's a really, really good point, and that's a point that I have been saying, and we have been saying to government for many years in response to every consultation, because what the government has done through the standard methodology is use the 2014 growth prediction figures, and they are so out of date, and we're saying happy with the standard methodology, but use up-to-date figures.
I recall that 2011-12, we had an increase in 3,000 people population. So, Medway has changed dramatically over the last 10 years, and we're being forced to do stuff that we don't really need to do.
have to say, I think we've known that for the last 5, 7 years. And unfortunately, there is still this insistence on using the 2014 figure, which is totally crazy. Members, I appreciate the fact that it's late. This was an important piece of information, so that's why I wanted to proceed with it. I hope you found it helpful. Can I ask the Vice Chairman to formally move that agendas 18 and 19 are deferred to a later meeting?
Yes, Madam Chairman. On this item, can I formally move that we note with thanks the update and that remaining schedule items join the list of deferred items?
Seconded. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you, colleagues. I apologise for the lateness. I hope you all have a very nice Christmas.